is the defending Slinger Nationals champion in car number 89. 56 years young, and he's an exciting and engaging guy. Believe me, he's got a story to tell. And if you haven't seen him share a sip of his trophy cup the last night with Matt Dillner on Flow, go look for it. Brad raced and won the Midwest Truck Series race here last night in a truck that he and his buddies put together. And Bradley's a dirt racer. He's won dirt late model championships as recently as last year. Races here every chance he gets on a Sunday night. He's one of those guys that just loves racing, and a bunch of people are backing him every chance they get as well. He's just been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, he has. And you think about what, this is the 46th annual Slinger Nationals. He's competed in 22 of these events when they've been standalone events, and he competed 5 times when it was in the series era of this event. So somebody that has been doing it at this racetrack for a very long time, and finally got that win last year in 2024.
Just caught a glimpse of that black number 15. That's Gabe Summers, the 2-time and defending ASA Midwest Tour champ. This number 97 is Kendrick Cryer. The colors are familiar to the Wisconsin fans because yellow with the black nose. That's a tip of the cap to Alan Kowicki. Alan Kowicki raced these colors in car number 97 with a red number on it. He raced here and won the second annual Slinger Nationals. He also was a Slinger Speedway track champion. Same guy that's won the 1992 NASCAR Winston Cup. So cool paint scheme for this team out of Florida. Grant Thormier and the team have their young driver, Kendrick Cryer, a teenager who moved down to Florida to work with Grant in his shop with his dad, Frank. And they are fielding 2 cars here, Nick Neary's and this number 97. First time both drivers trying to make their way into the Slinger Nationals in a super late.
And I think you could hear that in some of the radio chatter from this team earlier today. As somebody who, doesn't have quite the amount of experience as a lot of drivers have in this field, there's a lot of coaching going on about trusting the race car and kind of measuring yourself on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, being able to stay in it, all of those things. It's something that this team was adamant about, coaching this young driver, that they feel like they have a pretty good race car, but just having to get that experience and kind of get over a little bit of the lack thereof that he may have compared to the rest of the field. Is Rich Owen. Again, this is the beginning of lap 31 of this session.
He's going to put it in 65 lapper before he's done on this run alone. In about 10 minutes, right? These laps go flying by at 11 seconds a clip. Rich Owen, the only other 2 cars on the track are the number 17 of Nick Neary and the 26 of Bubba Pollard was out there just a moment ago. He's now back to the hauler. So today's practice for both late models and super late models here, and our FloRacing bonus coverage, we'll call it. Look at how things shape up for tomorrow night's 46th annual Slinger Nationals at Slinger Super Speedway. We're about 35 miles north and west of Milwaukee. And this is the track that Bobby Allison, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Spencer, Harry Gant, Kenny Wallace, Rusty Wallace, Kenny Schrader, they raced in the Slinger Nationals, much to the much from the bugging and the begrudging of some. Dick Trickle was a big part of forming this race, and Dick was racing all over the country and convinced his buddies to come race here. So we had drivers like Garrett Evans from the Northwest come here and race. We had drivers from Florida that would come up here and race. We had NASCAR stars, and we still have NASCAR stars racing in this event. And in 1987, there's a famous photo, and I was here for that race. Bobby Allison, Davey Allison, Dale Earnhardt, Butch Miller, Mark Martin, Alan Kowicki, all 6 of those guys raced super late models in the Slinger Nationals, not just in a celebrity race or a super race. They ran locals against the NASCAR stars in an exhibition like 20 lapper, throw some old shoes on it. But the cool thing was, all those guys showed up both in June and July that year to race on Tuesday nights, and the fans could not get enough of it. We have had Chase Elliott race here the last couple of years. William Byron won this race in his one and only trip here in 2022. So it's not just old guys wanting to get a play around. Remember when Harry Gant showed up here, he's racing Al Schill Jr.'s car. He's like, I'm not going to the Milwaukee Mile. No, you're going to Milwaukee to race at Slinger. He didn't know he's coming to Slinger. He just got paid to show up and go racing somewhere. So it's been fun. And I did not mention this name until right now, but Matt Kenseth has won 8 Slinger Nationals. He didn't run here weekly a bunch before racing in NASCAR, but man, when he raced here, he was racing literally throughout his entire NASCAR career. He would always race here at the Slinger Nationals, and he did, I'd say, pretty well. 8 wins in the whole storied history. That's most of anyone.
I was about to say that's as recently as 2019 for Matt Kenseth when he got his last win in the Slinger Nationals for now.
This is one of 3 number 17s. This is the black number 17 of Billy Braun. His older brother is R.J. Braun. PD Paterka, the sponsor they share, Wisconsin Automation, a company their father Rob works with. Rob's been a late model guy here, super late guy for a long time. Billy and RJ both started here in 4-cylinders. They call them Slinger Bees, and worked their way through. And it's good to see Billy now kind of getting his first real shot at a super this year, and his first crack at the Nationals. He's raced here before in a late model. And Billy will shut it down, and he'll roll back to the pits. And Billy's, they like their pit stall as soon as you kind of go up the hill on the backside there and hang a hard left. So this raised back pit area, you can take a look at it. There's the super lates are pretty much packed in that back corner, and they kind of rim all the way up and around with 2 divisions here today. That is Florida's Steve Dorer. Steve, for some reason, thinks his summer vacation always has to include Slinger Speedway.
Oh, of course.
He comes here a bunch to race. Good to see Steve Dorer and Tim Curry's number 90 back here racing. Last time he was racing here, he ended up sitting on top of Carson Osevar's car. We're going to take a break. Come back with more of our coverage here. FloRacing coverage of the Slinger Nationals practice day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Slinger Super Speedway. And would you believe we dipped away, and so have the super late models for now. There was a bunch of them on the racetrack, and now they're taking a little break. Again, this is a rather relaxed setting. The teams have time to allow themselves to get things right. And Blake, as you know, there's times windows, 15 minutes for the for the late models, excuse me, and then there's 45 minutes for supers to get kind of dialed in. And this race does attract drivers from all over the country, and we're glad to see that Steve Dorer from Florida is back with us, and Bob Dillner is with him right now.
Like you said, Jim, he's on vacation, and he's done this for years. He lives down in Florida, enjoys that sunshine, but why do you keep on coming up to the Midwest, specifically Slinger Super Speedway?
Slinger Speedway's been just amazing to me. Todd Thielen, that used to own it, was amazing when he invited me in 2012, I believe. The fans here are absolutely spectacular. Never have I raced in front of better fans. All the guys that race here against you, there's a lot of people, just a lot of respect, 2 lanes of racing. I've enjoyed this place, from the officials to the owners to the fans to the racing competitors. It's just amazing, and the weather's beautiful here too.
We were joking around, though. You said you've had a fast car here, but?
I've had fast cars here and I've had slow cars here, but I've never had a solid finish here. This place has bit me year in and year out, but it's my favorite place to come to. I absolutely love the place.
You know, you have the big business down there in Florida, race car engineering. We got to pick on you a little bit. We were joking.
With my new fire suit.
Can't you get a new fire suit?
You know, I get that a lot, and I don't know why I do that. I do have other ones, and I just wear these dirty, old, nasty suits because I work on my cars a lot myself. But, yeah, I probably need to invest in one. Maybe I can get Race Car to sponsor one.
It might be a good thing. You might know somebody there. Maybe ask Olivia, your daughter, or something. But I want to ask you about practice today. What are you learning here today that's going to help you tomorrow?
I've only been out a couple of times. It's a finish line car, and the car's actually great. We don't have a lot of speed in it right now. We're working on some straightaway speed. But the car's good. I appreciate Donnie Varco that owns the car with Finish Line, Tim Curry, the opportunity to drive it, and then all the people at Race Car that enabled me to do this. So it's just get faster.
So how you like that, Jim? Kind of like you and me. We just go on vacation. We go racing like Steve Dorr.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that. He's a little timid, a little bit. I'd say on the nice side of saying it's been fun here. He's at a top 5 finisher too.
Yeah,
he was 5th here in 2013.
I was about to say he has finished 5th here. Again, it was a little while ago, but has been back out here. He's seeking his 9th start in the Slinger Nationals.
Oh man, I also felt bad for him. He was here 11 times. He missed 3 of them.
Oh
Imagine
yeah,
coming here all the way from Florida and going home. Not fun. Got to dial it in. Got to get right. Got to race with the best. And be as fast as you can on practice day to back it up tomorrow night.
Love what he said though here about coming all the way up here to race again. One with this track and the fact that it's multi-groove and that you can race each other, but the respect level, that's something that listening to Matt Dillner and Mark Martin's conversation from last week about, Mark Martin even kind of touched on that. The respect level that racers have up here when they're racing here at Slinger is quite something that's special and can attract somebody to come all the way from Florida as there's a big slide off the corner. Oh man, he's sliding in 1 and 2, both ends. This 25 car.
Jeff Storm in the Benson Valley Bourbon, sponsor number 25. He is as loose as you want to be. Hang on, Stormy. Another character. Love following his stuff on socials. And Jeff has only raced here 1 time. Finished 9th here in 2022. Did not qualify the year after. Slinger's not one of his favorite places, but he's one of the favorite guys you want to talk to and hang out with at a racetrack. He's ran a bunch of Midwest Tour races. The old Lake Geneva Speedway was his home track, and Jeff, as a driver that races at Dells Raceway Park a bunch, 88 starts the Midwest Tour, but the Slinger Nationals and Jeff Storm have not always agreed to get along, and just that one run was a top 10 run for Jeff. Good to see Storm back in the field.
Absolutely. Again, somebody who's been at it a long time, started his racing career in 1987, was originally in drag racing before making the move over to asphalt late models, and has pretty much been doing this since the mid-'80s.
Next up, a driver that thought he won the 2024 Slinger Nationals until the tech shed. Number 39 driver, Andrew Morrissey. There was a roof height infraction that they could not get past the tech inspectors at the end of the race. The car was ruled disqualified at the end of the race itself. Morrissey had a dominant run at the end of the race last year, led 131 laps in the race last year, but unfortunately was disqualified from the victory a year ago. Morrissey's a good dude, and if you want to know something about a race car, ask Andrew Morrissey. He helps teams with shocks and springs as a business. He also built this car from a bunch of tubes and flat metal and got the body on the thing. He built every part of this car himself for his customer, Dave McCardle, who's his crew chief here this weekend. But Morrissey knows a lot how to get it done, and that car was really fast last year, and hopefully he's got some redemption on the brain here.
Well, there might be maybe a good indication here. Fastest in this practice session so
really,
far
Blake, really?
for Andrew Morrissey, 11.2, first driver in the 11.2s we've seen in this session.
So this past April, the question was, okay, we're starting out kind of in a cool weather condition. Will the track hold up? Will it be okay? Steve Apel, we talk about track championships. He went out and set a brand new track record here in qualifying. Broke a 30-year track record. The new track record for a qualifying lap, they usually run 3 laps, and the fastest one counts, 10.994 seconds.
My goodness.
In a super. And we may see an 11.1 make the show. We might see an 11.250 miss the show once they get down to putting qualifying order in business tomorrow. Again, we're in practice mode. Casey Johnson talked to us earlier. Casey talked about waiting till this afternoon to put a mock qualifying rundown. We're alternating between the 2 divisions. So as the afternoon goes on, the later we get, the more times we might see guys and gals putting on brand new Hoosier tires to race their way in with a mock qualifying run with new tires for maybe the first or second time only today.
And I'm thinking you may see a couple more drivers that are willing to come out here. The fact there's a little bit of cloud cover now, if that kind of lingers around for the next 10, 20 minutes or so, again, still would be jumping the gun a little bit on that kind of time window that they're looking forward to tomorrow night. But I think a couple more drivers are going to be willing to try things out. And again, it's just so tempting because race car drivers, race teams are always looking for just something to get a little bit better each and every time they go out.
And as you know, a lot of one-day shows, it's so tempting to get so dialed into what it feels like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I want to be faster. I want to race the speed chart. Where can I get faster? Well, guess what? You may be dialing yourself out for 9 p.m.
Yes.
when the feature is down to its final 100 laps. So it's the idea of the mindset of getting it right. There's a lot more things to it than just making speed. This is Johnny Sauter, who's not raced here a bunch. Matter of fact, he didn't like coming here to Slinger. It was not one of his favorite tracks. And at 18 years of age, got a chance to race an ASA National Tour. He didn't race here a lot as a short track racer. You'd expect the name Sauter to be everywhere and race a ton of tracks before moving on to NASCAR. No, his chance came very early after his 2001 NASCAR ASA championship. And it's nice to see Johnny back in the field. He's raced here some, has had some success, but not a lot. Just a handful of races really worthwhile. His best run, he actually finished a lap down here back in 2020 in 8th. 6 times on that Slinger Nationals competitor. Johnny had to make his way through the last chance race, which we'll see tomorrow night as well. The last chance race will lock in the final few starters in the field if they didn't qualify in or race their way in. So Johnny Sauter and Richie Waters, now famous orange number 5. That's a Wisconsin connection. We mentioned the name Richie Waters. He won the Snowball Derby with Stephen Wallace. He's won a lot of big races around the country with J.R. Norris. This is the pairing that Johnny Sauter and Richie have done the last couple years, while Johnny was still very active and full-time in the NASCAR Truck Series.
The driver we were mentioning a little bit earlier, Luke Fenhouse again. So I was watching some of the earlier practice sessions. I was in the grandstands in turn 4, and there was a group of 2 or 3 fans in front of me that had on Luke Fenhouse shirts. And every time he's going out there, as you would say, he's about to drop down into the bowl for practice, they're going and giving him thumbs up and waving and everything. He was waving back at him. And he felt pretty good about his car earlier today. Was listening to their radio communication, and they felt like they definitely improved on it a lot since they started today.
Yeah, 2021, he became a driver in the Kowicki Driver Development Program. And part of the application process was pretty much saying, where are you going to race this coming year? What are you going to chase down? And he lives 2 hours away from here in Wausau. His goal then was, we're going to race Slinger every week. We're going to run the Midwest Tour, which did not race at Slinger at the time. It's a 10-race series around the upper Midwest at short tracks that are really cool and longer races. He committed to both of those series. He finished second in the Midwest Tour points in his first season doing that. And he won the track championship here in 2021 at age 17 and became the youngest Slinger Nationals champion that same year. So there's a lot of fans that have been following that driver through from his Bandolero days to the Midwest Truck Series to when he took the big dive and said 2021 we're going Supers all in. A bunch of fans here have Luke Fenhouse stuff, no question, that are 4, 5, 6, 7 years on now, and they always have them fresh merch. They're a good family that has merch available for you.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of fun to see. Even when he goes to a NASCAR race, I spot it because I've known Luke for a long time. But if I see Luke Fenhouse stuff, I'm like, okay, there's like 15 people wearing Luke Fenhouse stuff at any NASCAR race I go to too. All in the same clump.
It's awesome to see. And again, so many of the fans, they did have the opportunity. Again, the grandstands are open today.
Yeah.
So if you're even watching our coverage on FloRacing,
get here.
Yeah, get here the next couple hours. Grandstands are open. It's free. You can just come in and watch and get a good taste of super late model racing. You can see a couple fans have made their way out today.
And there's a big El Bandido Yankee Tequila post-practice day party where they're going to do a draw for qualifying. That's part of our coverage here today. So literally the drivers are going to draw for their qualifying order by popping a Miller Lite can off a table that has a number on the bottom. They turn it over, and that's the number in line they qualify. So that's going to be kind of cool. We'll have that on our coverage today. So that's another added element here for the teams that are hanging out. It's a great way to kind of talk to each other. For Steve Dorr to talk to a couple guys he hasn't seen since last year kind of thing, It's kind of cool. Here is the aerial view of what is the quarry and what is a ski hill across the street. That's Little Switzerland Ski Hill. It's been around here forever. This track's been here since 1948. It's the 77th year of racing. And that ski hill across the street, man, it used to be the overflow parking lot, and now it looks pretty fancy. They have it all paved, and it's a lot of fun, and they have a great restaurant over there as well. So it's kind of a year-round happening place here in downtown Slinger, USA. More with Bob Dillner as Derek Kraus hits the track. What you got, Bob?
Down here with Derek Thorne, chatting a little bit about practice. How's practice going so far?
So far, so good. Just appreciative of the opportunity Schaefer Motorsports has given me to come back around the Slinger Nationals again. Last year went well, and just fine-tune it. This tire's a little different. We were here a couple weeks ago with the ASA Stars National Tour, but that was with a 4-barrel versus a 2. But we made some gains today, and I think we're in an okay spot. I think it's qualifying's gonna be nerve-wracking because only 16 are locked in, right? And you got 36 cars here, so you technically got maybe a potential of a 20-car B main, which is derby-ish vibes, right? So Optimistic we're doing good, but at the same time, it's one of those weekends where there's so many good cars here, you just don't know how it's all going to shake out.
You've been a pretty busy boy over the last 24 hours or so. A little bit of a commute from out west. Why don't you tell people what you were doing yesterday, how you got here, and how tired are you?
Yeah, so yesterday morning we woke up camping at Big Sur, just off the coast of California with no cell service, and the kids had a great time. Got back last night in Bakersfield at 7, hopped in my car, drove to Fresno, got there about 9, hopped on a flight, got to Atlanta, landed here at 9:15ish in the morning, got my rental car, thank God for Avis Preferred, was here by 10, practice at 10:15.
So you're tired at all?
No, I feel like when you're in one of these cars, right, it gets you pretty jacked up. So it's cool to have you back here with Flo. Also have Flo's coverage for this event. El Veneno, Yegi Tequila, Paul Shaver Motorsports, Dynamic Metal Recycling. Thank you to all the fans at home for tuning in. It's a fun place to be.
So you've done all but win this race. We talked about that this morning. Kind of like the Derby for a long time.
Yeah.
But I want to know, for the people that are watching on Flo, you mentioned for the first time, what are they going to see tomorrow night?
It's chaos. You know, everything happens so fast here. I watched a couple of the last two 75 or 100 lap races they had here for their weekly show, and a lot happens in a short period of time, and you can cook about 75 laps in 15 minutes here, right? So you get green flag racing. There's not a lot of slowing down. So if you have an ill-handling car, a tire going bad, miss the setup a little bit, get back in the pack, it's really hard to make up ground. But at the same time, it's a chaotic race. There's a lot of forgiveness. You can fall back, and with the patience, you can get back up there towards the front. But any big race like this, I feel like survival, right? You've got to be there at the end. We've been fortunate enough to be at the end, just not obviously in first place. But it's cool to be. All you got to ask for is have a shot at the end when it counts.
Derek Thorne going to be one of those guys to watch tomorrow night here at Slinger Super Speedway. Jimmy's been very good. Third, second. I mean, just so good for Derek Thorne.
Yeah, kid out of California, Blake, you expect, okay, he's going to come in here and kind of get a feel for it. Man, he's been just locked in at this racetrack.
That he has, and again, I think it was really interesting. So he mentioned his whole weekend. In fact, he had a good time. And then, so I think, I may not have known this, but I think I was on his flight up here. He was just talking about he left and landed here from Atlanta at about 9:15. That's the same time I landed. So unbeknownst to me, Derek, I may have shared your flight up here. So
glad you're both here.
Yes.
To see what is a spectacle in short track racing, and it's really cool to know that you taking the effort to be here. The Flo team is here. You actually can watch weekly racing live or on demand on FloRacing of what happens here at Slinger now, starting in 2025. So you can do what Derek did. If you have not had enough of the Slinger field today, you can watch it right now on Flo as an archival moment to watch some racing here on a weekly basis. They ran here Sunday night. Brad Miller won the Midwest Truck Series race, and that's him and his number 89 Super Late Model, the defending Slinger Nationals champion, the Mitch Smith Motorsports number 89. That's a sponsorship he shares with Stephen Nassy. Local driver, Barker Reconditioning, Kevin Barker, the owner of that car, and man, that's just a fun story. Brad Miller finished second last year. We talked about the disqualification of Andrew Morrissey. It happened well into the evening, several hours post-race, and Brad Miller was into the cooler when they finally got the mic in his nose and gave him the check and said, "Hey, you won." He's like, "Oh man," started bawling, the whole shebang.
And I just started over.
Oh yeah, what a deal. Lots more fun, lots more coverage of our FloRacing coverage of Slinger in a moment. Welcome back to our coverage on FloRacing. Austin Nason of Roscoe, Illinois. He's been good here at Slinger. That car corner car we see a lot on the ASA Stars National Tour. He got the race here this past June in a 300 lap race. But Austin Nason here at the Slinger Nationals, he's been in contention. He's had a fast car. One of those drivers that needs a little bit of a break. The last 9 races, as a matter of fact, he's been racing here in the Slinger Nationals 4 times in the top 5 at the finish line. But a big win for him would mean a lot because he's a Rockford Speedway racer. That's a quarter mile that no longer exists. The banking's less than this, but man, he could get around that place like nobody's business as a 2-time national short track championship winner.
A little bit sideways there for, again, you mentioned Austin Nason being somebody who's really busy. He's even a part of the revival of Newport Speedway and everything that is going on there to try to bring that racetrack back. He's had his hand and been a big part of that as well.
Cool place.
Yeah.
Newport, I think, has some similarities to this racetrack, maybe the shorter straightaways, but the banking, I think they said when the Stars came here that because they raced Newport earlier this year, they raced Slinger in June, talked about maybe turns 3 and 4 had a lot of similarities to Newport. Slinger's 3 and 4 to Newport's racetrack.
And I think what Derek Thorne mentioned earlier is a point that we're going to continue to come back to again. 16 spots locked in to qualifying tomorrow. And then you have what could be a very, very huge heat race tomorrow to try and make sure you get your way in. And again, I think that's why you're starting to see a lot of drivers starting to run a lot of race runs, but also Kaler with a run up towards the front.
Kaler and Fenhouse are exactly tied. Yes, that'll happen. And the car that goes out first will get the tiebreaker. That I remember from years past. We also know that the split is minuscule. 11.337 for Kaler. Look on down to 15th. Crier.
Well, there's another tie for 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
And then another 1,000th back is Summers.
Exactly. We're talking thousandths of a second separating in or out. If you go to 16th, it's going to be tight. It's going to be dramatic, to say the least, when it comes to each car going out for 3 laps of qualifying tomorrow to get it knocked in, locked in. Just the top 16 know they're racing in the race. There's a last chance qualifier race that'll lock in some more. And I believe there's a provisional for the most recent Slinger Nationals champ and maybe the Slinger points leader when it comes to the super lates. That's about it. There may be other provisionals added based upon what the promoter options are. But, man, it's going to be a tight field and hard to get into. Look at the 11th position there. The number 5S is Johnny Sauter, 11.418. His son, 15-year-old Penn Sauter, is not that far behind him when it comes to speed. But he's 20th at 11.491. So we're talking about just taking that atom and splitting it 4 ways to make the difference in speeds.
Well, and again, you're talking about just the absolute minuscule difference of when you get back to the throttle or if the car is barely exactly where you want it. I mean, just a couple thousandths here or there. I mean, it's immeasurable. It's so small. And as a driver, again, you know that you have to get everything out of those laps. And to get track position, again, Slinger is a racetrack where, yes, you have that inside line. Yes, you have that outside line. But that track position is so important because everybody can make their car work at different parts of the racetrack.
Another local racer, Ryan Gutknecht, has had a lot of laps here, probably more than 3/4 of the field. He races here in a late model. He's a 2-time late model champion. He also is making his way into super late models. He raced last year some in super late model racing, but this is the first crack in both divisions on the same night, super late models and late models for the Slinger Nationals. 38 years young, out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin. The Oak Creek Automotive sponsorship on his car, on the Sauter's car, on several cars. Ryan Gutknecht is the nephew of Bobby Gutknecht, longtime racer who's been so involved in racing around the area for decades. Let's go back down to Bob Dillner.
Jim Trano loved coming here and seeing all the local racers run here at Slinger Super Speedway. The Vandergeest family, we're going to walk away just a little bit to get a little bit better signal. I think we're good now. But Levon Vandergeest, his dad Jay, been running here at Slinger for a long time. How are things been going? I thought you guys really. I'm going to switch sides with you a little bit here to just make sure we get signal. But what have you been working on? Because you see, it looks like you guys have been working on that roof.
Yeah, we're our roof height was a little low in the back, so we got to work on that a little bit. I'm not too worried about that though. Handling-wise, the car feels comfortable. That's the biggest thing. It's just going to be making it through the first 100 laps. It's really, you almost can think of it as 2 separate races tomorrow because you got the first 100 and then you put 4 tires on and then you got another 100. So it's really like its own separate race. So we just got to make it through, stay on the lead lap, stay clean, and I think we'll have a really good car for the last 100.
You haven't had a lot of laps on the racetrack just yet. What's the game plan from this point forward till the end of practice?
We're going to try laying down some good laps now. The first part of practice we just kind of stayed on the same set of tires, and we're kind of just seeing what the car would feel like during the race, get it really leveled out and dialed in. And now we're going to bolt on some stickers and see kind of where we stack up against all the other guys.
Well, guys, you've been talking about it. Vandergeest here, like so others, going to be using the latter part of this practice session to try to gauge where they might be for qualifying, which is going to be so important tomorrow.
Very important. And again, I was listening to their radio a little bit earlier on in the day, and they started pretty free, but by the end of it, and again, there was a practice session that ran right up against a staff break that they had here at the racetrack. There was about 30 minutes of downtime, and right before he went in, he said, "That's the ticket right there as far as the comfortable feeling," and I think you heard him mention that. He said, "That's the ticket right there. Let's go eat some lunch." So as far as handling-wise, he was pretty happy with the handling of that race car, and again, like many out here today, sitting on a set of stickers, and many of them measuring up against whether it's this 39 or the 91, whichever car you could come up with of who they think is going to be the car to beat.
Yep, this car is built for racing here at Slinger Super Speedway for Dave McCardle. That's our fastest car thus far in practice. Andrew Morrissey, the builder and driver, who also won the 2011 ASA Midwest Tour Championship. Andrew's been racing for a long time, but not as much lately, doing a lot more constructing and consulting for teams. And when he and McCardle got together last year, they said, "Hey, why don't we run a handful of races together? Andrew, you drive my car." And Andrew finished second in all 3 of the Midwest Tour races he ran last year, including the prestigious Oktoberfest 200 race, which he won twice in the last 10 years. I think it's really cool to know that Andrew's got another crack here to finally win a Slinger National Championship. And he thought he had it last year, but he was disqualified. That car was deemed to have an illegal roof height, a roof infraction of some sort that knocked him off the top rung. So it's going to see his speeds there again, like it was 1 year ago.
Look, here we can see Penn Sauter on the racetrack. Again, we talk about so many drivers bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience to this race, and it's going to be a Slinger Nationals debut. And Penn Sauter is looking to do is in his Thor Sport machine. There's Ty Majeski climbing in.
Speaking of Thor Sport, Duke Thorson bought that chassis for Penn Sauter. Duke Thorson writes the checks for Ty Majeski. Majeski won the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Championship racing for Thor Sport in the Truck Series. That shop is based in Sandusky, Ohio. Ty Majeski told me he spends time at Sandusky, Ohio shop. He spends time in Charlotte at the simulator. And he and his wife, Allie, moved back to Wisconsin, I want to say 3 years ago already. They live near Green Bay now. They bought a house there. They just moved to a different house last July and are living in Wisconsin and commuting to the Sandusky or to Charlotte. And they said, "This is where we want to be. This is where family is." And Ty spends a lot of time helping his dad as well as at Ken's Sports, which has a bunch of cool things. So when Ty's not busy racing, he's putting together quads and snowmobiles and all sorts of crazy things for dad in the fun world of motorsports business.
And again, we were talking earlier about who these teams try to measure up to, and listening to many of these radios throughout practice earlier today, that is the car, that is the driver that many of these teams are referencing. When several were going out, they're like, "Where's the 91 good? Are they better in 3 and 4? What are they doing?" He's the measuring stick that a lot of these teams look towards to see where they're handling and how they're going about it.
And Blake, I think the first time I saw Ty race here in the Slinger Nationals, I was like, "Ooh, he's pretty fast." And then I saw him race the second time here, and he was equally as fast. What he and Bubba Pollard figured out in 2016, 2017 is the speed from the entry of turn 3 to the middle of turn 3. And how long you spend off the gas is not long at all. They're back in the gas before the apex in 3 and 4. Casey Johnson, Bubba Pollard, and Ty Majeski, like it was yesterday, I can close my eyes and remember seeing their lap upon lap in practice and in the race. Superior corner speeds for Majeski is one reason why he's a 3-time Slinger Nationals champion. Late models are ready to go on the racetrack now. This is a division that runs here weekly. Several tracks in the area. This is their top division. Late models race here more often than super lates in 2025. Dropping in the bowl. I like to say that. Tom Behrens, who raced here and won a Slinger Bees championship. That's the 4-cylinder division. They have 2 divisions of Slinger Bees. The fast guys and the not so fast guys. If you run more than a 15.2-second lap, you actually black flagged in a feature.
Oh, wow.
So if you're under that lap time, they'll black flag you and you got to pull off. And at that point, you're pretty much going to graduate into a Slinger, a Super B. Slinger Bees, Super Bees. The Super Bees go really fast. And we're talking like Vors Compact Touring fast. And then the Bees are kind of an introductory class. It's kind of cool how they can kind of go through that. And Tom won one of those Slinger Bees championships before becoming a regular here in late models. All right, Bob, late models are warming up, getting their tires nice and fresh and warmed up. What's warming up in the pits with you?
Well, here's a guy that won an ASA National Tour race. You were talking about Newport earlier this year, and he got the job done there, Derek Kraus. But how are you doing here during practice for the Slinger Nationals?
Yeah, I feel car's really good. This is the same car we ran at the ASA race here, so it's definitely different with the 2-barrel compared to the 4-barrel, but I feel like our car is pretty solid here, and we'll bolt rubber on here at the end of the day and see what it's got.
How important, your dad has been around racing around here for a long time, how important is this race to you guys as a family?
Really important. It's one of the biggest races in Wisconsin, so to be able to come here every year, I used to struggle really bad here, and finally kind of figured it out, I feel like. So I feel like we got a good piece going into tomorrow. My dad and everybody works really hard. So if we were able to come out of here with a win, we've finished in the top 5 the last couple of years. So hopefully we can come out of here with a win on Tuesday night.
I was talking to Derek at the hotel last night, and, you know, I used to have a race team. And one of my old race cars is in this pit area. He told me he's bringing one of my old race cars, but you're not running it. It's actually parked right over there right now. If Scott can pan over to his right, that's one of my old race cars that Becca Caston ran with. How come you're not running that one?
That one, we ran a couple times and it struggled with it. So we kind of put it on timeout for now, but we tested it today and I was actually really happy with it. So we just plan to run this one that we ran at the ASA race, so we're going to run that one, and then we'll give it another opportunity here in a couple weeks.
Derek Kraus going to be going for the big win here tomorrow night, but guys, I remember me as a car owner years ago. We ran super late models all across the country, and one of the things, not just as a driver, but for me as a car owner, is I wanted to run the Slinger Nationals. And coming here with Becca Caston years ago, she and Kyle Busch duked it out for the lead for so many laps. We had a great run, a great finish. Didn't win, but at the same time, it was a thrill for me as a car owner to run the Slinger Nationals.
Yeah, big time, Bob. Great memories. And Becca actually did a lot of racing in a short period of time before getting out of the driver's seat and committing to a life in the ministry. She was actually pretty fast in anything she drove, and I'm glad she got a chance to drive for Bob when he had the opportunity. This is the number 16. This car has been at the Slinger Super Speedway for a long time. Steve April's driven this car. Smiley Huelsback's driven this car. Nick Schumacher's driven this car. It's now Justin O'Krulika's turn behind Danny Delkamp. Danny and Sonny Delkamp have been long-time involvement. Danny, a former racer. I remember watching him race at the Hales Corner Speedway, a dirt track that's no longer there. But Danny ran a lot of times, a lot of race cars, and a lot of drivers at a very high level here at Slinger Super Speedway. This is Justin O'Krulika in one of our 2 number 16 cars out of Jackson, Wisconsin. Team 16 is what they like to call themselves. Great bunch of people. There's the other 16, the blue and white number 16. That's Luke the Duke Westenberg out of Jefferson. There's Jerry Miller, runs the Big 8 late model series. He's been racing here for a long time. He and his brother Joe have a million laps between them at Slinger Speedway in various cars.
And you can see with these late models, again, about a second off, perhaps a little bit more, depending on the car, depending on the lap here between the late models and the super late models. But still, I mean, 12 and a half, nearly under 12 seconds. I mean, they're still booking it around this place.
Yeah, and it's going to take 6, and you don't see it yet, but it's going to take 6 or 7 laps to make a pass. And late models, it seems like it takes twice that long when it comes to the amount of times to get the cars in position to make a clean pass and a complete pass. So it's a lot about getting it dialed in on both upper and lower grooves. Jam up here at the toll booth. No, we don't have a toll booth in Wisconsin, but on the way here we do. Thank you, Illinois. Got to get correct change there for a minute there, the tech shed.
Well, again, a full pit area, and a bunch of those drivers, again, these late models, they only have about 15 minutes or so. The super lates will go for about 45 minutes. They went from 1:45 to 2:30. Late model practice will go from 2:30 to 2:45 as they get the tow truck off the racetrack as well.
I think they might have dispatched it for a car that might have stalled. They were trying to hand push it there for a little bit in the narrow way there. Off turn number 2 is the only way off the racetrack. And there's the tech shed area over there, and also the main road to everybody's pit stalls. The pit lane here at Slinger will not be in the X. It was for many years. I remember using the track PA mic to be a pit reporter here for the Slinger Nationals. Everybody pitted in the X. Man, that was a busy place, and you better keep your head on a swivel.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether it's that. I know we were talking earlier before we went on air about the little 500, and they were pitting in the X as well, if you've watched that race in the past. And, yeah, you better be paying attention.
The Redbud 400 coming up here in July. That's going to be ASA Stars race at Anderson Speedway. They'll be using the X as well.
Heck, they were racing on the X last night. Figure eights were out here last night.
Did you see the backward school bus?
Yes, I did. I saw that, saw it live, and then saw the rerun, the videos of it. And man, those cars are scooting around here. I mean, they are booking it around this track. And again, they run up the banking. They have all this wheel in it, and they just get to hang those the back end of that car out and just go right in. It's quite something.
So the one-man show, Russ Lorbecky mounted a school bus body backwards on his figure 8 late model. It's something to see, and he's pretty quick with it, really quick with it.
You don't get used to it. No matter how many times you look at it, you can't. It messes with your mind. You can't get used to it.
These guys are getting used to it today. Practice day today. Tomorrow's the big Slinger Nationals for both the late models and the super lates. And our Bob Dillner is wearing out his new Nikes in the pits. What you got now, Bob?
Well, you guys were talking about figure 8 racing and the X, so I figured I'd grab the guy that drives the X. John Reynolds here in late model practice, fastest so far, but I want to know, where'd you come up with the X back in the day? How did that all start?
Well, when I originally started racing, the number was 10, right? So Roman numeral is X, but we had been sponsored by WXRX, the rock radio station in Rockford. So we just kind of put it together that way.
Jim always likes to do the X, when we go back to him in the booth. But I want to know, how is late model practice going for you? You look like you're pretty speedy.
Yeah, it's been really good at it all day. We haven't pulled a hood pin all day, really. We've just been tweaking just a little bit here and there, and worked most of the day on our older tires, right? And we just went out on our good tires, and that was pretty good. I think it'll be even better of a racetrack for us tomorrow, in the afternoon. So it's going well.
So you said you're done. What's on tap now?
Whatever they got on tap. I mean, definitely a beer, maybe some tequila later, right, when we're eating some sandwiches over there. So.
Yeah, go over there for the qualifying draw later. They're going to have some beer and so forth, and have yourself a good time. John, it's good to see you, buddy.
All right, thanks a lot. See you guys later.
Driver X with the T-shirt phrase of the day right there.
Whatever's on tap.
I love it. Oh, man. So John's dad raced for a million years at Rockford Speedway. So did this guy named Chad Canals' dad. Chad Canals is a 7-time NASCAR crew chief champion and a Hall of Famer. But Chad grew up with John and the whole family, and just getting the idea that, it's a family racing. And Chad moved down south when he was like 17 or 18. And John Reynolds Jr. stayed here and raced the championships from Rockford, raced the Big 8 championships, and raced the Slinger Speedway late model championships too. So it's great to see Driver X happy with his race car and ready for a cold one.
Yes, and that'll be a part of the El Bandito green flag party with the driver qualifying draw, and of course everything going on with that. It's going to be fun over kind of on the outside of turn number 4 or so. Right there, kind of in a little patio area that they have. Should be a good time had by all. I know you'll be doing a show as well over there.
Yeah, so they have a flat area that they put a tent on temporarily when last couple of years, like an old hospitality area. And when Travis Dasso got the idea, and I think there was discussed for years about what do we do with that area, they put in a full-on 40-foot storage container, and it's a full-on bar. There's 2 overhead doors that open up. There's a walk-in area. You can play video poker if you want. And it's a happening place. And they said, let's rename it. So Jeff Storm, who's here, racing the number 25, he threw out the name Trouble in Turn 4.
Ah, I love it.
And that's the name of the joint. The Trouble in Turn 4 joint is where we're hanging out with the El Bandito Yankee Tequila folks today for that qualifying draw and the racers party. There it is. There it is right there. That's one window. The other window opens up. That little game room over there. That's where the party's going to be tonight. That's where we're going to be hanging out with a qualifying draw hosted by Track PA extraordinaire Dean Strom, and it's going to be fun to be part of that and part of our coverage with Bob Dillner, probably yucking it up with a few more guys that are drinking things on tap. We'll be back with more coverage. Practice day for this 46th annual Cobblestone Hotel Slinger Nationals continues in a moment. Back on track with our coverage from FloRacing and Slinger Super Speedway. Blake McCandless, Jim Trado, Bob Dillner hanging out in the pits, watching a guy who's got a lot of things on his mind, including racing both divisions. Now on track, Ryan Gutnecht, the 2017 Slinger Speedway late model champion. The pink A-pillars are for his stepmom, Jody, who is a cancer survivor. So that's kind of cool that not only have they adopted the idea that we want to raise awareness for a cure for cancer, but also that those pink A-pillars have been there for several years. And I will tell you that Jody's in full remission, so it's great to see that support continues for her and those affected by cancer. And that's why they run the pink A-pillars on both his super and his pro and his late model here. It's kind of cool knowing that family is engaged in every way in racing. That's all they get to do besides work hard and play hard.
Exactly, and is very engaged today. Again, doing double duty, so he's been going back and forth between this late model and his super late model. Currently fifth fastest right now in this car. You can even see that ribbon on that race car as well for Ryan Gutnecht.
So Ryan's going back to his pit stall. That's where they always pit. Nice on the flat spot. That's his crew chief, Steve Walter, back there waiting for him to come back in. This car has not raced here before, but this car itself looks a lot like Alan Kowicki's car. Alan was a champion here at the Slinger Nationals in 1981. Great to see the yellow and black 97 back here at Slinger Speedway, Bob. Lots more stories to tell about drivers from all over the place racing here, racing for a win.
Absolutely, and one of them that was pretty quick in that last practice session for the super late models was Andrew Morrissey, and I want to know, how good is this 39 car right now?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We're just been working on it, trying to get all the attitude right and everything, and pretty happy with how it's handling so far.
So when we talk about attitude, you know, a lot of people think my brother has an attitude on FloRacing. I joke, but we're talking about the attitude of the car and how it looks around the racetrack. What are you trying to fine-tune with that attitude here at a place like Slinger?
Yeah, just trying to get the car comfortable and the chassis on the track right and platformed right, I guess, and just get it driving right and get the whole package, you know.
How much, in the back of your mind to come back here and get that official win? How much would that mean to you, and could that come here tomorrow night?
Yeah, absolutely. It'd mean a lot. I said it before last year, this has been my dream to win this race since the first time I ever came here, when I was a little kid. So, yeah, it would mean a lot. Hopefully we can get it done. We got a good car. Everything's going good so far, so I think we'll have a good shot at it.
Any more time on the racetrack today?
Yeah, we'll get out a couple more times today and probably do a mock qualifying run and see how it goes.
Guys, still a little track time for Andrew Morrissey here. And guys, he's told me before, and Jim, you talked about it earlier, getting to victory lane, becoming an official winner here at the Slinger Nationals is quest number one. That's his main mission here this weekend.
Yeah, we noticed that we talk about Andrew Morrissey doing a lot of work himself. If you look beyond Andrew's shoulder, there's Dave McCardle and 5 other guys. They're taking off of work today, tomorrow. They've probably been in the shop 17, 20 hours between last Sunday and today. There's a lot of work that goes into this. So you have 4 or 5 guys that care enough to take a full day off of work to get here to practice. Andrew's making a lot of the calls with Dave McCardle, who's really an active guy. He's all over the car all the time. Their family owns a car care business. But to see that effort, yeah, there they are. That's half of them right there, most of them. They are here to make sure this car is perfect. They want to make sure everything's right. The MRI logo is it's Morrissey Racing. And I'm telling you, these guys are never going to stop working on this race car to get it fast.
No, and again, this was a decision made a couple of weeks ago to be able to come out here and run this race. It wasn't necessarily something that they had circled and were for sure going to run, but they made the decision a couple of weeks ago that they were going to be able to make it work and be able to come on down here.
And I just saw the name on the right side of the roof panel there. It says Andrew Morrissey with the red letters. I made it out. That said Charlie in the middle of his Andrew Morrissey name on the door. That's Andrew's dad. And Andrew and his dad Charlie were ever present. Whenever Andrew Morrissey won a race, his dad Charlie was every bit of it. They were a tandem to be reckoned with. And it's cool to see Charlie's name on the car with his son Andrew racing here at Slinger. That's really cool. Thanks, guys, for picking that up. The white and black 7, that's the car that Derek Thorne has raced here before the Slinger Nationals. Last 3 years, top 3 finishes in all 3 of them. This is Conrad Morgan, the 1999 overall Slinger Nationals champion. Still racing here at Slinger Super Speedway. Serpro Painters, the sponsor on his car. Dave Bailing, the crew chief, longtime tire guy. He's got guys around him forever too. It's kind of cool that there's a long-standing tradition wherever Conrad races, he's got really good help with him as well. Neat to see how Conrad is still running at the tender age of 77, making laps here at Slinger.
This is Grant Griesbach right now on the track. And one of a couple 17s that we'll see out here this afternoon.
Funny thing about age, this young man is 22, 23 years old now?
23.
This is his 13th year racing at Slinger. He started here at 10.
Man.
Age 10, racing a Slinger B. He got special permission. But I remember Tom Roberts, our friend that's a longtime PR guy with the Kowicki and Rusty Wallace, the Quickie Driver Development Program founder. And he asked me a long time ago, said, hey, what about this Griesbach kid? What can you tell me? Because he keeps track of all short track racing. I said, I can tell you that he's good. He's 12. He's got 2 years of experience already at Slinger. He's like, how is that possible?
I was about to say, I was looking up when he won his first race here at Slingers in 2012.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's 23 years old right now.
Yeah, pretty crazy. He started here in 4 cylinders. Here's Billy Braun, who started in 4 cylinders as well. The other number 17, make it a black one. Why not, right? It's got the gold numbers. I love it. And that number has gone to Victor Lane, I think 5 of the 8 times that Matt Kenseth has raced here. That was his cup number, of course, but Matt ran his old short track number 8 here when he ran and won his most recent Slinger Nationals.
Well, again, different reasons for both of those drivers. I know Billy Braun, he said 17 was the day he was born, so that's why he picked 17, whereas Grant, like many, I think, in the field, was a Matt Kenseth fan growing up, so of course, you know, he was always number 17.
And Luke Fenhouse's number 4 has always looked this way, with 1 year exception. That looks a lot like Kevin Harvick's number 4.
It does.
No question. He had that on his Bando. He had it on his Midwest Truck Series truck, and here in the Supers. Luke drives the number 66 truck on Friday nights and Saturdays in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for Thor Sport Racing. Soda Sense, the sponsor for him on that level, as Done Right Exteriors is as big of a deal here in Supers. A lot of Wisconsin support for Luke Fenhouse out of Wausau. Great family team. His dad Al, I believe, was a 1993 World Snowmobile champion. Racetrack, they hold a big race every year in Eagle River, Wisconsin. He's a champion of that.
And again, that's one thing, at least for me coming up here, seeing so many of these drivers, that's where they start out, is in snowmobiles.
Kitty Cats, yeah.
Yeah.
Track owner Travis Dasso and his brother Trevor were Kitty Cat racers. Michael Bilderback, I remember seeing him race a Bandolera around the infield road course at the Milwaukee Mile back in like 2005. His uncle Ricky has, I think, 8 track championships at Rockford Speedway. And Ricky helps out Austin Nason wherever he goes. And Michael Bilderback, when he's not racing his car, he's crew chief for John Reynolds, Driver X. They take turns helping each other out when they're racing and not driving.
Talk about reasons behind numbers. Bilderback grew up a big Rusty Wallace fan.
There you go. And Crazy Times Pub is a place that he likes to hang out at. They're big supporters of him. I'm sure they're going to watch FloRacing with us, right? If they're not all going to be here.
Imagine so.
A Rusty fan. I did not know that about Michael. Huh. Good to know. Rusty raced here at the Slinger Nationals. He also raced in Wisconsin a bunch in his USAC and ASA days. He won the ASA championship in '83, I want to say. And
sounds about right.
By the end of that year, he was racing a Cup car at Atlanta for Richard Penske, and went on to race in NASCAR and won the championship in '89. So that's pretty cool to know that those origins trace back here through Slinger for another NASCAR Hall of Famer in Rusty Wallace.
I was about to say, just going off the track, there's Austin Nason, first driver in this session that got down into the 11.3s. And we start to kind of form opinions on who we think is going to be, you know, one to contend with or a car that's going to be reckoned with tomorrow. Nason's has certainly brought that out. How about Jeff Storm going out and running an 11.3 as well?
P2 for Stormy. P2 means that fancy word for second right now. 11.366, good laps for Jeff Storm. He's going to lock it down. That could be a qualifying run under the bright sunshine. Levon Vandergeest let us know that in a little while he's going to put 4 stickered tires on there, and those Hoosiers stuck really well for Jeff Storm and his Brewer Music Benson Valley Bourbon number 25. Second fast to Austin Nason. Kendrick Cryer third fast in his first ever trip here to Slinger to run a Super. That's amazing. Good times. Here is the man, the measure, 3-time Slinger Nationals champion, Ty Majeski, and the Soda Sense iRacing number 91 Ford. So his crew chief, Toby Noodleman, had worked with left-hander chassis for a long time. Started making his modifications to their chassis. Toby now makes his own car called the Toby car, based upon the principles of what he did with left-hander, and they have perfected their short track cars for the last 13 years together. Noodleman is the crew chief and Majeski as the driver on short tracks all over the country. More in the pits with Bob Dillner.
Well, you guys were talking about Michael Bilderback with the number 2, and good look at 2 on the side of his race car right now, but I want to know if Rusty Wallace was your motivation for running the number 2. What was your favorite Rusty Wallace scheme back in the day?
It definitely was a help. My uncle raced at Rockford Speedway for the longest time, and he was 02. So I couldn't copy him, so I would just take the O off. Sure, there's a tire mark to make it look like 02, but probably the MGD car, the gold and black, kind of been always. My uncle had that same concept, and keep these cars plain and way easier to fix than if you got a bunch of vinyl on the side. So we got a little old school on the side now, but we had Mark Martin say something about it up at Madison, so that was pretty cool.
So Rusty Wallace won a lot of races. Are we going to win here tomorrow night with his number 2 at Slinger?
I sure hope so. I think we're pretty good. We kind of just been on old tires, just trying to get the feel and get the speed in it and the longevity in it. These races, you got to be there to win here. So we got fast time at the Joe Shear, and we were able to get fast time at the Icebreaker. So we know the car's got speed. It's just we gotta capitalize on the whole race thing. So this whole day we've just been on old stuff, and we can still go run a 40. So I'm really happy. We've only gotten faster the older the tires got. So I think that's a good thing. So as long as they don't let me think too much here later tonight, I think we at least have a shot at it, and we just got to be there to do it.
I was going to say, sometimes you can overthink things, and I saw you guys in between the practice sessions really kind of huddled up there at the beginning of the race car and talking about what you needed to do. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, it's just, I kind of spit fire right out of the car. Oh, let's do all this, and then it's, everyone puts their input. It's a big team effort. There's not just one crew chief. We kind of do it as a team, a small team, family built out of the back of the house, and I think it makes it better because there's always a little different way to look at something, and I like I say, I spit fire out of the car, and I want to do it all, and hey, let's calm down and think about it. So we're just really making minute stuff, kind of just keeping what we're changing in our back pockets for a potential race tomorrow. We practice all day in the sun and go race at night, so just throw that notebook right out the window. So try to keep it a little on the freer side, and hopefully it'll be right there when it gets cool out.
Michael Bilderback has been racing around the Midwest here for so many years, and honestly, there's so many different little late model divisions up here. I call him Mr. Big 8 Series because he's a multi-time champ there in the Big 8 Series. Guys?
Yeah, those late models. I mean, he mentioned Mark Martin, and Mark ran the number 2 for a long time. Matter of fact, when we won the 1984 Slinger Nationals, Mark Martin's car was number 2. Mark told us, he mentioned Madison. Mark was on the broadcast. He came to Madison International Speedway in May to hang out at the Joe Shear Classic as a guest and gave the command and joined us in the live stream booth, and he talked about his number 2 and why he picked it. He said his favorite driver drove car number 222, so he put the number 2 on his door.
Did he tell you what springs he ran?
Yes,
that car?
Yes, he could. Yes, he could. Across the front and the left rear. Yep, 100%. Yes, he could. But I think he told our Matt Dillner that he did not remember the setup here at Slinger when he won here in '84 in the ASA race, but he knows what he had here for the Slinger Nationals that year. That's the number 17 of Nick Neary. Another driver dropping in with the Grant Thormier Racing. His teammate, Kendrick Cryer, is 4th fastest right now. And Neary's 15th quickest. The difference, a whopping less than 0.4 of a second from 4th to 15th. There's Ricky Rooks, who's been brought in as the guest tech inspector with his crew for the Slinger Nationals for the first time. Ricky, a long time head of tech for the Snowball Derby, worked with the Trans Am Series, the UARA now, and he's been brought in to kind of oversee with this big super late model open event.
And again, a lot going into this from an entire event perspective. And again, I think that's why you see, the doors and whatnot come and travel from long ways is because of how this event is run, not just in the tech shed, but entirely from the racetrack to the family that owns this place. They do a great job of making this a really enjoyable experience for fans, for competitors, for the team members, everybody involved.
2013 was a disqualification of a winner. It was Steve April, who's still went on to win more track championships, but it was a big sting for one of Slinger's favorites. They had a carburetor spacer issue that was not allowed, and it was not Ricky Brooks' decision, but the track tech officials at the time said, we can't give you the win because it wasn't to spec, and that process goes through, not just how Ricky Brooks does it, but that's been done here for a lot of years, and it's unfortunate that that does happen, but you got to have everything right. And last year, Andrew Morrissey was unfortunately the car that passed across the line first. It was disqualified with a body infraction, and Steve Apel had a carburetor infraction and it gave the win, the fourth and final win to Rich Bickle, who was going to be here this weekend, was building a brand new car with Tony D'Ambrose, and they couldn't quite get it the way they wanted it. So rather than try to piece it together, they are going to race, I believe on July 19th. There's a race actually in Rich's honor at Jefferson Speedway, a track he first raced at in 1977. A lot of racing around Wisconsin, and that'll be a Richie Bickle Brickyard to Barnyard, a Barnyard to Brickyard 150 race at Jefferson Speedway, one of the home tracks of Matt Kenseth back in the day as well.
I know we were talking earlier off the air about a number of drivers in this field who have a mechanical engineering background, and this is somebody right here, the number 80 of Ryan Farrell right now, fourth fastest in this session, who kind of holds that same title. Again, wanted to grow up being a professional fisherman, so wasn't exactly looking to do this whole racing thing, but eventually made his way over and hasn't looked back.
No, he's an engineer that is always thinking. He and his crew chief, Justin Kane, are never done working on the car. I talked about Dave McCardle and Andrew Morrissey in their approach. Ryan is a great qualifier. He's won his share of races. He's the 2018 Wisconsin Challenge Series champion. And when it comes to bigger races, he's a factor. It's cool to see that Ryan Farrell has taken the day off from his day job as a mechanical engineer. Got a couple of buddies at work that became crew members now, so it's kind of neat that they're all here to play together to get that number 80 Adams towing machine fast.
Speaking of fast, that's the fastest car on the racetrack, 11.240 for John DeAngelis.
We're getting down there. Johnny D putting together a lap. It's been a while since he's been on the racetrack. Good to see. DeAngelis, Nason, Jeff Storm, Ty Majeski. Andrew Morrissey was the fastest car at one point in time. Things are changing in a quick hurry, Bob Dillner.
Yeah, Austin Nason was pretty quick in this practice so far as well. And right now you see Austin Nason is in plain clothes, no more the driver's suit. What's going on right here?
I think we're good enough. We really haven't changed. We messed with tire pressures all day and haven't put a set of tires on. So I think we're good enough. We kind of did the same thing last year, and I thought we were good. So I got to go home and work, make sure my guys are ready for tomorrow. So I got to go measure some stuff up and make sure they got stuff to do tomorrow.
What do you mean you got to go to work? You've been working all day here. Explain to folks what you got to do, what your business is.
Yeah, we own a landscaping business, and there's only me that kind of run it, and we got 20-something guys. So I made him stay back this morning and run it. So I'm going to go back and run it and make sure everything's good to go for tomorrow morning.
You've been running Slinger for a long time. We've been talking about that from back in the bandos and so forth, right up through the ranks. Have you ever allowed yourself to think, you've come close, but have you ever allowed yourself to think about what it would be like to win the Slinger Nationals?
Yeah, no, it'd be big. I mean, we've been so close over the years, no matter where we go. We've been close at Nashville. We've been close all these big races, and we seem a way not to finish them, or something happens that's out of our control. So we were really close. I felt like back at the Stars National race here and got in a little tangle racing deal and ended our night there. But it would be hard to be put into words. Like I said, this team works so hard. Like I said, we're not a very big team. We got one guy that works part-time and another guy that works part-time, and then you got me that works 12, 14 hours a day. So I rarely get to touch the race cars anymore, but I'm having fun still doing it, and I think we're going to call her quits after this year. So I really haven't said that to anyone, but we're on our way out. We've done it for so long, and I got a business take over and a kid that's racing full-time that keeps me busy. So I think we're going to be done.
Any chance you'd rethink that at all? I mean, I think we just heard something, breaking news here today, Austin Nason possibly retiring at the end of the year.
Yeah, I've had my fun over the years, you know what I mean? It's just, I enjoy doing it, but it's a lot of work to come compete at these races and be as good as we can be, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of work, a lot of money, and I got a business to take over, like I said, and a kid that wants to race. So I gotta let him live his dream as I got to live mine. So yeah, you might see us a couple of times, but we're definitely done full-time racing, and we'll probably be done for a year or so.
You better get back to work.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Austin Nason, how about that? Something else. We've seen him race for so many years, and he was telling me stories about how his family bought him a Bandolero, and then he got punished. They took the Bandolero away. He didn't race for a little while, came back and ran some other divisions, but Austin Nason has been part of the culture here in the Midwest for so many years. I can't imagine not seeing him at a super late model race in this region.
Yeah, it's very odd to even hear that. Ricky Bilderback behind him there, multi-time champion. They had a lot of support. His dad, Fred, no doubt, in every way a champion of his own right, racing here at Slinger, racing at winning championships at Rockford. It's I'm kind of reeling here. It doesn't happen to be breaking news on a practice day often here, Blake, and I've known Austin for a long time.
Yeah, I mean that's tough to hear, but again, if this might be the end of the road, how special would it be to go out with a win in the Slinger Nationals? We continue our practice coverage here on FloRacing. We'll be right back from Slinger after this.
Every crack, every tire mark, every layer of paint. At every short track in America, they tell a story. But this one's a little different. Hickory Motor Speedway, the birthplace of NASCAR stars, and that's not just a slogan, because from Earnhardt to Jarrett's, Setzer's, and Houston's, generations of racing royalty have carved their way around this historic oval. In the modern stock car racing scene, now new names are trying to build foundations right there. On the ZMAX Cars Tour, veterans and rising stars aim to capture checkered flags and build legacies. But for some, they're just getting started. And there's no better place to do it than at this throwback track for the throwback race. It's a track that teaches you that not everything needs to be polished and perfect. You conquer the cracks and the imperfections, you can achieve greatness. And while it's important to celebrate racing heritage, we also look to the future of pavement racing. We want the present and the future to mean as much as a legendary past. And it starts now. Let's hold the biggest night in pavement late model racing history. The Throwback Classic at Hickory Motor Speedway.
Welcome back to our coverage at Slinger Super Speedway, a practice leading into tomorrow night's 46th annual Cobblestone Slinger Nationals, presented by Lynch GMC and Buick of West Bend and Miller Lite. Derek Kraus has made some laps and just pulling off the track with a new fast time. Steve April, the 6-time track champion and current track record holder in qualifying. And Blake, I'm telling you, we're measuring off a time Majeski. April's lap was pretty quick, quicker than Majeski.
It was, and again, I know we're kind of in that part where there are some teams, they're going on sticker tires, some aren't, and whatnot, but no doubt about it, with that, you could see that Steve April is very, very quick, as we could see a brief pause right now.
11.226 for April, John DeAndres 11.240, Austin Nason 11.332, Jeff Storm 11.366, Ty Majeski 5th fastest, 11.370, and we got some spare somethings. Looks like a chain link of some sort on the racetrack. A little stoppage in the action. That gives us a chance to see what Bob Dillner's eating for lunch. What's up, Bob?
I haven't had lunch yet, but I have found a winner's trophy already. Take a look at that, Jim, from last night here during the prelude to the Slinger Nationals for Brad J.J. Miller. the winner in the Midwest Truck Series. What a way to start the Slinger Nationals. In fact, I was watching with your mom. She was all excited. She's like, yeah, this is a great way to start the week. She was very happy that her baby boy won again here at Slinger.
Yeah, baby boy that's 56 years old already. But, yeah, no, it was really cool. We had pretty much put a lot of focus on the truck. We were going to come test with it, but we didn't. But we've been racing it here once in a while in the 602 crate class, and we knew we'd have a pretty good handle on it. We just got a little bit free. I'm glad we had as many lap cars we had to work with at the end because it kind of saved me a little bit. But all in all, it was great to win that. We won it here back in 22 as well with the truck, and it was kind of cool to do it again.
Now, if you know Brad, and I've partied with him at PRI and other places, you always know it's a big celebration, not only when he wins, but just about every day of his life. But how was that celebration last night? Because I understand you and my brother did something with the trophy or the cup or something like that.
Well, what we did is we took it up to the turn 4 tap over here, and Travis Dasso filled it up with Miller High Life for Matthew, and Matthew took her down. That was awesome.
It's always a good time with you. But is it a good time with this race car in your super late model? Because you won that Firecracker 100. You look good, honestly. You look like you could be the car to beat. How's this car here today?
The car is really good. We've made a lot of changes on it since the Nationals last year, and we've won 2 or 3 features here with it since, and it's been really good. It's been close to contention to win almost every night. So just not changing too much. Like today, we've only put on 10 laps. It's hot, it's slippery, and when we come race time tomorrow night, it's nighttime. So what you're going to learn today, you might as well throw out the window for tomorrow because nothing's going to be the same. So all these guys putting on tires, going out, putting on tires, going back out, it just doesn't pay. So we're going to wait till the end of the day, put some new stuff on once to see if we can run for a lap.
You know, I don't want to know. We're live on Flow. First time ever with the Slinger Nationals. You've been here forever. You mentioned, you're in your 50s now. But for people that are watching that might say, hey, I might want to go there. What's the experience like? Because you've really lived this race, both as a fan and as a racer, for so long.
Well, it's really cool. It makes the place so electric. Like, we were here for the SRX race a couple of years ago, and I've never seen this place so electric in my life, but I think you guys at Flow are going to bring that atmosphere back here again just for the Nationals. I see where you're setting up cameras there. I mean, it's people that have never been here have no idea. It's like, how did Trickle he described it as something like bulls in a gymnasium or a china shop or something. It was
jet fighters around a gymnasium.
There you go. That's what it was, and that's what it is here. I mean, we go around this place in low 11s. I mean, last week in the feature, we're still turning mid 11s on lap 80. So it's a big concentration factor here. You really gotta have your reflexes, and cat-like reflexes, that is.
That's right, and he's got them. He won that Firecracker 100 just about a week and a half ago, I think. And he called me last night, and he said, hey, where are you at, Dillner? And I said, I'm at the hotel. He said, what are you doing? I said, studying. He goes, studying? Should be out partying with JJ here and his 89 team. Great win last night, and he'll be a favorite tomorrow night, guys.
Insights from a 3-time Slinger Speedway track champion. Never lost a part in his life, and he's also a defending winner of the Slinger Nationals. And some good insights there. Unfortunately, he's gotten creative again with his facial hair. We got to talk to Mom Elaine about that. Elaine, get the shears, baby. His wife, Michelle, may or may not have a part in that. Probably doesn't have a say in it either.
And you can see Austin Nason's car is being, they're loading it up.
He's going to the real job.
Yeah.
I'm sure the landscaping crews have what they need for today and tomorrow, and he's busy back here at Slinger. Trying to find more speed. Luke Fenhouse, 2021 Slinger Nationals champion. He and Ty Majeski raced their brains out to the point where they were racing so hard that William Byron saved something and went 3 wide in the last corner with like 4 laps to go and passed them both to win the Slinger Nationals in a 3-wide move. That's how quickly things can happen. And those moments, I'm sure, as you know, Blake, drivers remember that more so than winning a big race like Luke did 2 years prior to that big run, big win. He won in 21, could have won in 22, but Byron passed them both. He and Majeski got a little too aggressive with each other, trying to figure a way to the finish line.
And there's one thing race car drivers always remember. It's not the ones they won, it's the ones they should have won.
Yep.
It's the ones that really stick out. Whatever mistake you may have made or anything like that, they'll play that over time and time again. The wins, they'll enjoy them, but they move past it because, of course, they're always looking for the next one. But, yeah, it's those ones that got away that they're always going to remember.
Gabe Summers, the Quick Trip Meristem DeKalb seed, number 15, family of farmers from central Wisconsin. He's had a lot of success. He's got a lot of success owed to Travis Sauter, a racer that's also his full-time crew chief on his team and winning back-to-back ASA Midwest Tour Championships. He's on track to get dialed in. Gabe's not a big fan of Slinger, hasn't been anyway, did not qualify for 2023, did not qualify to make the show in 2024 until he finished top 10 a year ago. That was his first and only Slinger Nationals for Gabe Summers, who's been good everywhere, unfortunately until last year, except here at Slinger. So this number 7 car is Derek Thorne. Thorne and Paulie Schaefer have gotten together. The last couple years they've raced the Snowball Derby together. When Byron Campbell sold his equipment, some of the equipment was bought by Paulie Schaefer. Derek Thorne's been a friend of theirs for a long time. Derek actually spent the summer of 2007, I think it was, here in Wisconsin racing. That's the first time he got to talk to Chris Purdy, who remains the crew chief on this car and working with Paulie Schaefer. And that friendship was reignited at Nashville, the All-American 400 a couple years ago, and said, hey, we got a car, we want you to race it. Because at that time, Derek knew he was no longer going to be funded by Byron Campbell. That team was going away, and they got a chance to play together, and they did some really nice things together, including racing at the Snowball Derby and racing to a top 3 finish the last couple of Slinger Nationals here in Wisconsin.
See Bubba Pollard just pulling in after making a mock qualifying run as well. But again, love hearing from some of these guys that, yes, you're going to have a lot of teams that are they're going to continue to go out here and try to learn as much as they can, but some of them feel like there's not much to learn. Track's way different now than it's going to be tomorrow night.
I think it's a matter of just getting between the ears. I mean, Gabe Summers not liking the place. I know Travis has a good setup. He has Chris Wimmer helping him. Chris won this race, the Slinger Nationals in 2014. Gabe's a really good driver, but for some reason, they just could not figure out this joint no matter what they did and what they changed on the car. And it was, I say between the ears, there's a lot more to it than that. Just a little difference, though. We're seeing these whiskers of differences in times between who's in, who's out, and how you make your way in. If you're not top 16 in time tomorrow night, we're going to play that out for you live on Flow. But in the mindset of Gabe Summers, he ended up coming back here to Slinger and almost kept going, cracking away at it until he finally won a weekly feature. And I think that put him at rest and saying, okay, I do know that we have better than an 8th place car in the Nationals. We now have a winning car at Slinger. Let's get ready to run this race and do it right in 2025.
And again, these drivers, they'll have time set aside later. Again, they'll run this session until 3:30. They have another session from 4 to 4:30, and then a specific mock qualifying where they'll send one car at a time that'll end our day from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. So that'll be, and again, that's right in that time window of where qualifying is going to be.
And that'll be optional. Some of these guys might want to lay down a lap or not have another set of tires, or they already went through their 2 sets that they can afford. It's okay. But I do believe we're going to get really busy here as the afternoon wanes on here at Slinger with those drivers going, okay, if I can do a mock run early, get the guys thinking too hard, maybe in that last practice session, throw on your new set. Like really get these guys dialed out, right?
Yeah.
So much work on a 2-lap run versus a 200-lap run. That's the balance. That's the challenge. The 46th running of the Slinger Nationals. More things to accomplish on pit road, more things to accomplish in the pits before we head to tomorrow's big day. It's all about practice and getting it right. Bob Dillner's here to cover more of the action on the pit side. Hey, Bob.
And Jim Trado, you and me have talked about the families involved in this pit area for so many years, and it's so cool to be down between these 2 race cars right here. Johnny Sauter, former NASCAR Truck Series champion, behind the wheel of the Richie Waters potent number 5 machine. Johnny Sauter would love to win here at Slinger, but he's not only a driver, he's a dad and a fan of this kid. His son, Penn Sauter, running a super late model here this year. After running some bandos and then some pro late models, you told the story about how he got this super late model, and now he's behind the wheel of this race car right now. Both he and his dad are poised to go out on the racetrack just momentarily here right now. And if you know a Sauter, they're never happy with their race cars. So both of these guys still trying to dial in their race cars here, but they both have very fast machines. I was talking to some people this morning, including Johnny, and said, how's Penn doing? I said, yeah, you know what? He's good. He's fast. He's just got to learn the game of the race a little bit more. What better racetrack and event to come to than 200 laps around a lightning quick quarter mile with the Slinger Nationals?
Yep, no question. And it's really cool to see this story played out. The number 5 is the stylized 5 that Jim Sauter, to be Penn's grandfather, raced and won a bunch of races around the upper Midwest and down into Florida. Penn Sauter racing at age 15 against his father for just the 2nd time this year in a super late. I also saw another Sauter back there, Reed Sauter. That's Travis's boy. Grew up with Penn. Those first cousins are on the same team together. And you talk about family. Richie Waters has been at this a long time. And Richie and his son Spencer are part of the machine that makes that orange number 5 work no matter where they go, whether it be Jonathan Nee or Johnny Sauter or anybody else that climbs in it. The Armstrongs, they have a good piece, and it's a father-son duo helping that car be fast everywhere they go. It's cool to know that that former Green Bay, Wisconsin resident Richie Waters, now in Charlotte, has another connection to Wisconsin to be proud of if they win the big one tomorrow night.
And again, I think you hear from Johnny in what Bob was talking about in his conversation with him earlier today, that there's a big difference between, being able to come out here and run some times in practice, be able to dial in, get the car close, but to be able to do it for a 200-lap race is an entirely different ballgame. The patience that's required, all the things you learn, and those are just the things that take experience, that take being in races like this to be able to do. And again, it's not always something that you can do whether you're running a weekly feature too. Again, it's a totally different challenge to be able to do it for 200 laps versus what you may even see on a weekly basis.
And I'm telling you, they don't run super late models every week here. They didn't run them this past Sunday, but the Sunday before, how long ago was that? 7 days ago, 8 days ago? That was a 100-lap race that Brad Miller won. That's a lot of maintenance to do just on the car that you ran weekly here, to turn it around and really bolt on new stuff for Slinger Nationals and get rid of it after. This equipment's going to be used up. They're going to be a hard punishing pace. 11.5-second laps on lap 80 is what Brad intimated. Oh my goodness. You know what, fast pace. Dennis Prunty knows how to win here in the Slinger Nationals in that number 42. But when it comes down to the endurance you have to have and the parts you build, and maybe even building up the right front suspension more so for a longer race because the punishing load they carry in the corners here, that's all playing into the hands of the guys that have been here a few times. And it's a lot to figure out in a short period of time. Even with a long practice day today, Kendrick Pryor is still learning a bunch in his first time.
Again, I've listened to a lot of practice sessions. This is the first time I've been up here at Slinger, but I don't know if I've heard more conversations about the shocks and getting those right and having to replace them and all of those things than coming to a racetrack like this where the load on that right front is so high.
Well, you mentioned the bumps too. I mean, the lower groove has got that's supposed to be the fast way around, but that black strip up there is number 1. It's got some treatment to it. But number 2, there's been some patchwork over the course of years as well. So the nuances or the character of the racetrack is something you have to battle through. And harsh Wisconsin winters have never been kind to racetracks here in the upper Midwest. So there might be a whole new crevice that they got to straddle or run under or run over on a given Sunday here on a weekly basis. Or for the first timers like Johnny Sauter, first time this year, getting acclimated to the track, today's a huge day to get that figured out.
Well, again, but that's what race car drivers love. It may not be necessarily Johnny Sauter's favorite track to come to Slinger. Doesn't get as many laps as some of our other heavy hitters in this field, but those cracks and those crevices and all of those unique characteristics, that's what makes and separates, the Ty Majeski's, the Bubba Pollards that can come here and know exactly what to do, and why Slinger locals tend to do so well in the Slinger Nationals.
Yeah, I mentioned Johnny Sauter, just a handful of starts here, 6 total in the Slinger National, but he grew up here. His dad, Jim, would race here in this race every chance he could get. His dad would race at the Milwaukee Mile. His dad would race a USAC stock car. So Johnny and his brothers and his sisters were always around it, but they had to wait till the age of 18 to drive something. And they didn't get much help from Dad. They're like, whatever you can afford, I'll come over and look at it in the garage, but I'm not going to go crew on it. I'm not going to stop racing. You figure it out. So for that Sauter family, it's a big deal. And Johnny, I think, is kind of retracing his dad's steps in a way, saying, I want to go to the tracks he won at. I want to get good at these tracks. He's won the Oktoberfest race. I mean, it's kind of cool to know that he's, as much as he's biting off the challenge, it's more of I need to do this. I need to accomplish something. I need to prove that I can race here. As there's success in the Sauter family, he wants to continue that tradition.
Can't tell, is that the brake rotors on the 90 glowing?
That looks like it. Steve Doerr's got a little more front brake dialed in right now than he may want. Looks to be that, or they painted the wheels red. That's really red.
Don't think it's that red, though.
Steve Doerr from Florida up for his run to make his 9th Slinger Nationals in the last 12 years. Here's Ty Majeski. His Ford Mustang, we talked about him being 5th fastest. I doubt Ty's on fresh tires right now, but I would not doubt if his time improved. This car just gets better and better. And Ty's the shock guy. Shock and Springs, he'll have a set or 10 in that trailer, and he'll go back and figure out which one he wants and bring it back out one corner at a time. Every time he gets out of that race car, he's always thinking about it. And he and Toby Noodleman, as busy as Ty is, they're on the phone or texting at least once or twice a day just to kind of figure out what they want to do next on their Super Late.
And speaking of getting those shocks right, again, this was a perfect example of it. I was listening to Bubba Pollard's radios earlier today, and he came in and said all I was missing was a little bit of drive through the center of the corner, but the car felt right. They went out, they made an adjustment, came back out and said I lost all of my speed into 3 because I'm hitting the racetrack too hard. And it's just something that's so small, but yet if you barely get it wrong, you're not able to make the corner here because the nose of your car's just in the racetrack so bad.
We just saw it as you said it. Pensauter got the left front tire right to the yellow line, and that's where the flat apron meets the banking. And that upset the entire front end of the car and probably cost them 2/10 on the stopwatch. Finding that fine line, finding that run through. And for Penn, he's raced around here a bunch in a Bandolero. That's a lot about horsepower and trying to keep that momentum up. These have a lot more horsepower, and getting around here in the Super Late is no small task. And this is Johnny Sauter's son, Penn. Trying to get some laps in the car that Duke Thorson, who owns Thorsport Racing, bought for the Sauters and said, we need to get Penn some more racing. Here's a chassis, go run it. He's racing for Rookie of the Year honors in the ASA Midwest Tour this year, and it's good to see him racing here at the Slinger Nationals. Well, Johnny Sauter has been his crew chief. He's been the main guy when it comes to the bandos or the pro late model he ran last year or the late model he started racing this year. So for them, for just the second time to race against each other, it's pretty special to have it here on Flow to help celebrate the Sauter family tradition continuing. Let's go to Bob Dillner. Levon Vandergeest making some laps now finally, Bob. We talked about putting some fresh shoes on there. We'll watch the stopwatch while we catch up with what else is going on pit road.
Absolutely. First year track owner, Travis Dassel. You spoke about him, Jim, a little while ago as practice continues. I want to know, we got beautiful blue skies, gorgeous weather. I want to know what you're thinking as a first-time promoter of the Slinger Nationals.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty cool thinking that it is my first Slinger Nationals, even though it's really like my 34th one or something like that being for so long. But I'm excited. This is pretty cool to actually be the guy who everybody has to come talk to on a race like this. You know, it's something different. You know, usually I'm sitting in my trailer trying to make a car go faster, and now I'm trying to make everybody happy.
Yeah, former racer Travis Dassel, and you got a lot of racers in this pit area right now. We were talking about that. It sounded like that is something that you're very proud of. Over 30 cars here to compete in the Slinger Nationals.
Yeah, I think right now we're at 34 supers, and I think we're going to be close to about 26 pro lates. So, I mean, it's going to be an awesome show tomorrow. And, I mean, out of the 34, you got 34 guys that could realistically win this thing. We don't have any slouches here, so it's pretty exciting.
What have you learned in your first year as a track operator here at Slinger?
I've learned how to do things right and things wrong, and a couple things I need to work on. And, you know, I think we've done a good job overall, though. We've been listening to a lot of people, seeing what we got to do. We've been working our butts off, trying to make the place better for everybody, and I think we're doing a pretty good job at that.
So if the roles were reversed and you started out as a track owner and then went to a driver, as a driver, not that you ever complained too much because you're always a nice guy, but would you maybe gripe a little bit less now that you know what you know now?
You know, I go to the go-kart track now. My 9-year-old son races at Road America on Tuesday nights, and I've gotten a lot less tense with the track officials and everybody else because I know what they're under, just like now I am every Sunday night. So, yeah, I've learned to relax a little bit more and to know that we can't see everything, we can't do everything. We know, and the driver just sees their side of it. And I've learned a lot that side of it, I guarantee you that.
Well, we love coming here with FloRacing, first time at Slinger, and we cannot wait for tomorrow night.
I can't either.
Travis Dassel, new track owner here at Slinger, and isn't it interesting, Jim? We used to watch him back in the short track draft back in the day. He was one of the young guns that was going to be big time, won a bunch of races.
I'm still young.
Still young, absolutely, especially for a track owner, but he just pointed out he does have a lot more gray hair now, Jim.
His son Easton's enjoying the fact he's not all over him all the time, and his daughter Harley, he said, we bought this racetrack to grow our family, raise our family here. He and his wife Kelsey have put a ton of work in. Just this past Thursday, Kelsey was out painting the bleachers. I mean, it's a labor of love for a family that's dedicated to it, taking over from a great couple, Todd and Elizabeth Thielen, who sold the track to them in the offseason. They had a great effort. They put together the sponsorship and the schedule for this year, so it's a great way to get acclimated for Travis and all the great things he's doing. So it's really cool to see that playing out. I'm glad we've got him to stop for a second. I saw Travis on his golf cart looking at bleachers here about 10 minutes ago. So he's everywhere here this weekend, and it's great to see a racer continuing the tradition here for the 77th year at Slinger Super Speedway. Luke Fenhouse is one of the 6 champions in the field. Get some laps in. We're going to step away. Practice continues, and a mock qualifying run to come here this afternoon on our coverage from FloRacing's coverage of the 46th annual Slinger Nationals.
Plenty of late models on the track for their final round of practice here today for the 46th annual Cobblestone Hotel's Slinger Nationals. Again, they'll have the opportunity to get their cars dialed in tomorrow. They'll have a 30-minute session that'll go from 12:30 to 1 o'clock. But otherwise, this is their last chance here on this Monday, leading into the Slinger Nationals, for them to get their cars dialed in. 8 on the racetrack right now. Blake McCandless, Jim Trado, Bob Dillner covering all the angles here on FloRacing for our coverage of the Slinger Nationals and practice day.
Bobby Gudnecht in the, Ryan Gudnecht, Bobby's nephew in the 01. Ryan is a former late model track champion. Car number 3 is Tyler Romanka, currently 7th in the point standings. Won a couple of features here last year in the Bonafide Security Solutions number 3. His dad Tommy, going by the handle of Hollywood for years and years and years. He's always been part of Tyler's deal. This is Jeff Holtz in the 88, his brother Brian's number 88 car. Jeff has actually raced in the Slinger Nationals before as a super late model competitor. Started on the pole here, I think, a couple years back, and Jeff Holtz is now racing his brother Brian's late model here to win tomorrow night's late model feature with PMF Landscape Supply, a sponsor on their car, and about 10 other ones here. Froggy has been a great supporter of the local racers here as a landscape owner. Widener Automotive, the sponsor on the hood of the number 90. This is Michael Gudursky. Michael Gudursky in a late model, racing for victory tomorrow night. His dad works at 5-Star Race Car Bodies in Twin Lakes, which makes a bunch of bodies for every cars and drag racing on through the Cup Series. Let's check in back again with Bob Dillner on pit road.
Hey, Jim, you know this guy, right? He's like the fountain of youth. Conrad Morgan has been around for a while, has won this race, and today he's 24th quick in practice. And I want to know, are you happy with that, Conrad?
No, we're not happy with it yet. We're struggling. A week ago we were up here and we were pretty good. And now the weather's changed and the car changed the opposite direction the weather did. So we're working on it.
Well, you look pretty good. 77 years young, and you're still getting it done here on the racetrack. I want to know what drives you.
I am not sure. I think it's just been a part of my life since I was, I was 16 years old when I started racing, and it just continued through life, and it's just a part of what I do. And every year I say, okay, I've had enough, I'm going to quit, and then comes around November, December, I start thinking, we can do one more year. And my wife kind of pushes me on to either do it or don't do it, whichever way I lean in. So we're probably going to do it one more year.
One more year. The farewell tour next year, right?
Well, I'm thinking that, but everybody tells me if I'm gonna do the last year, I should announce it and then do it. But I'm afraid if I announce it and then I get halfway through the season and I decide I don't want to do it, then then I'm looked down on.
Hey, it's been a while, obviously, since you've been to Victory Lane in the Slinger Nationals. But being that you've seen so many of these, what have you seen from this race as it has grown for so many years?
I think that cars are getting better, definitely. They're getting harder to work on, you might say, especially if you do this. We race about 7 or 8 times up here, and you can't get it in 7 or 8 times. At least in my mind, I can't. And I've had some good help, of the guys that help me every week. We work our butts off on it to make sure that it's going to be as good as we can get it. And we're still not there today. So hopefully by noon tomorrow or 1 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to be a little better.
You got your car in tech. They need you for the scales now, but we appreciate you taking the time here to chat with us.
Thank you.
77 years young, Jim. Can you imagine? I can't imagine racing for that long like he has, but he is just part of the infamy that is Slinger Super Speedway.
Racing for 61 years. He is a 5-time Slinger Speedway weekly champion, and that came in the decade of the 90s. He's still after it, and he won a feature here a couple years ago. So I'm telling you, Conrad, as you may say, is he happy or not? I think he's okay with the car. He wants the more speed. He still wants to win a bunch of races.
Yeah, no, he still does. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing it. But that's the thing. Race car drivers, they can be a bit stubborn at times, and they love to do what they love to do. And again, I think each and every time he kind of mentioned it there, comes to the middle part of the year, you're not really sure exactly what you want to do, but you still have the itch to drive. It's something that you can't get over, and especially not somebody like him.
Great to see Mark Vogt back there, and Dave Bailey and the crew guys pushing the car through tech. Ricky Brooks is involved with the tech officiating. He's been pushing more cars than anybody through the tech. That's kind of cool. Giving a hand, getting these guys squared away. And looking at practice times, we know Luke Westenberg's pretty quick, 12.3. These are the late models now on track for their practice session. Jeff Holtz has officially put in the third fastest practice lap, 12.465. These times are pretty close too. I mean, you go to any short track and you find yourself within 0.2 or 0.02 of the fast guys. Ryan Gutnecht, he's been fast year upon year. He's 7th in the points right now, I believe it is, for Ryan. 6th in the points when it comes to weekly late models, but they've only raced them 4 times. When the late models race, the super late models don't. So in the 7 weeks or so they've had for the season, one race back in April, then they started in May with some afternoon shows. Ryan's getting dialed in here. It's going to take a little while. And for years and years, they actually would race and do hey, if you want to race on the Slinger Nationals night, it's just show up points. Now, this is a points night for these guys too.
Yeah. And the other thing is you mentioned, or with Conrad was mentioning, trying to get dialed in when you only have 7 or 8 opportunities to run a super late model out here. How about getting dialed in if you're Gutnecht? You've had all day in both cars to kind of go back and forth, and you have about as good of a feel of the track as you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, both cars, different chassis, but the same team going back and forth between them. For Ryan Gutnecht, car number 01 in both divisions here. That's the tech area. Brand new slab of concrete thanks to D'Angelo Construction. Brand new ribbon of asphalt around it thanks to Johnson & Sons Paving. Both have Sons Racing here. John D'Angelson Super Lates. Jaden Johnson entered in the late models. Getting things done right before the Nationals. Getting that new pad for these teams to get scaled on before they roll through the shed.
And you talked about getting close. I think these drivers are trying to get close to what Reynolds was able to run a little bit earlier on in the day. Again, he was down in the 12.2s. Now, granted, it was about an hour ago or so, but still seems to have the car to beat this weekend.
Yep, you can see that both different styles of bodies there, put up by 5-star stock car bodies. Right here in Wisconsin, the old style and the next gen getting measured up in the tech area. We're going to step away. A little bit of a break in the action at Slinger. We'll be right back.
Continuing our coverage of the Cobblestone Hotel's 46th Annual Slinger Nationals, presented by Lynch Buick GMC of West Bend, as well as a Miller Lite. As late models, again, we had a little bit of a of a lull there for a couple minutes. As the late models, several of them, about 8 or 9 of them, took to the track in the first couple of minutes of their practice session. As mentioned earlier, we'll have 20 minutes to dial in their track, and what better way to show you around Slinger than with our drone cam that, Jim, I think you just get an amazing perspective here of all that we were talking about earlier, the crevices, every part of this racetrack that makes it so incredibly unique.
And I have been around the track in an Allison Legacy car. I've been around the track in a hobby stock. I've been around the track in a super late model. Okay, a lap and a half before I put it in the fence. Long story there. But the track itself, you get the gush. You get the feel of that roller coaster ride. When you go in the corner, you are sucked down in the car like you were at Charlotte, which I did in a Richard Petty car. So I know how that feels.
Yeah.
But this has every bit of that. And think about the minuscule moments you have between here and turn 1. That's the straightaway. Okay, you have time to look maybe up, look in the mirror once, and get back in the corner. There's no time to rest. Bubba Pollard earlier today said, man, this thing will wear you out. The track itself was the challenge, but now doing it for 200 laps and have cars around you, behind you, in front of you. And there will be some lapping at some point, but I'm telling you, it's going to take 4 or 5 laps to pass somebody. You got to give them room. This track will actually black flag you if you don't give someone room behind you. If you hog up the whole lane like you're doing a qualifying lap, they're going to make sure you pick a lane.
Yeah, and it's an amazing perspective to see that part around the track. And again, I ran some laps here on iRacing before showing up here because why not? It's laser scanned, but there's nothing that can replicate the feeling of 33 degrees of banking. You can maybe get a feel for the mental side of it and being able to plan for each corner, like you said, or, well, you don't really get to plan for any corner here at Slinger, but nothing replaces that feeling of being in the seat as we'll toss it back down to pit road. What's going on down there, Bob?
Well, Blake, we'll find out if Dennis Prunty, who has won the Slinger Nationals, prepared with iRacing like you did. I want to know. Did you get on iRacing to prepare for this?
No, I've never tried iRacing. There is some place right in West Bend here, just 10 minutes from here. I guess it has iRacing set up. We could try it. Maybe I should go do that tonight. What do you think?
Maybe me and you go over there and kind of just prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd probably learn more than I am today. I don't know.
What's been the problem today? I know you guys have been working hard on this 42.
Yeah, we've just been working on race trim. We had a little radiator leak, just got that changed. Actually, it's getting pretty good, I think, for race trim. I haven't put any new tires on and tried qualifying yet, and I know you got to get in the race to win the race, but I just want to get it where I feel more comfortable. All season, I've been really tight ever since I got this new tire and just trying to work that out.
Is it frustrating as a guy that has done so well here and been to victory lane and captured the championships and so forth? Is it frustrating a little bit, because we're not getting any younger, right?
No, from the national point, I've been frustrated since 2018, I think. I don't know what's been going on, but I haven't qualified good, and I have to start deep in the field and just haven't gotten anywhere. Hopefully we find something here yet today or tomorrow, and maybe we can start near the front and just lead some laps and make some money.
Are you still enjoying it, though?
I'm getting to the point where I'm looking for someone to drive. I actually do have a late model that's going to be rented out later this season, and it's going to be a lot of work for me with the super late, but I got some help today. Greg Emmer came and helped, my normal crew, Greg Holmes, my daughter Gwen, and Brad Hetzel should be here later on to help me out, and maybe my brother Dale even take off work tomorrow. We'll see, I guess.
Well, the Prunties, that name is synonymous with Slinger Super Speedway. Heck, Jim, remember when he had the Anderson's maple syrup car? I still have some of those samples in my house.
You have no idea what you're missing, Bob. You need to use the Anderson's maple syrup. It's a sponsor at a maple syrup provider for over 90 years, a Wisconsin-based company. You can find it in your grocery store. It's the fancy stuff, but it's really good. They also sponsored Bubba Pollard here one year for the Slinger Nationals. And Dennis talked about taking home some lap money. Last year, it was nearly $20,000 in lap money. That's $10 from you, $10 from me to sponsor a lap, or $100 from this guy. Or if you and I both want to sponsor a lap for $10, it's $20 to lead that lap. Dennis, when he won here in 2015, I think he walked out with over $10,000 in lap money.
Man, that's
in
not
addition
bad.
to purse. No, no,
not
might
bad
have
at
closer
all.
to 15. I don't recall now, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, he led 187 laps in that race. So
then he cashed more than $10,000. It's probably closer to 15. Yeah, yeah, 20 grand I think is what Dan Carey and the boys continue to raise here. There's the lap money golf cart. Dan is actively seeking out people that want to help put money towards the leader of a lap in the Slinger Nationals race. And there's Dan on the golf cart collecting checks. There's Bob. Bob giving you an IOU.
He's putting his money where his mouth is.
A real dollar. Lap 51, I'm guessing, Bob. Is that right? 51.
That was like a 20.
Lap 51. That was his dad's race car number, speaking of numerology. A $20 bill. When the camera stops, I'm sure Bob's going to ask for change. Great to see that. Dan is just another guy. It's like, hey, let's do something fun. Let's get some money together for these drivers and these race teams. So when you come tomorrow, bring some spare cash and sponsor a lap here during the Nationals. It's all possible. We're having fun here in Slinger, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Every crack, every tire mark, every layer of paint. At every short track in America, they tell a story. But this one's a little different. Hickory Motor Speedway, the birthplace of NASCAR stars, and that's not just a slogan, because from Earnhardt to Jarrett's, Setzer's, and Houston's, generations of racing royalty have carved their way around this historic oval. In the modern stock car racing scene, now new names are trying to build foundations right there. On the ZMAX Cars Tour, veterans and rising stars aim to capture checkered flags and build legacies. But for some, they're just getting started. And there's no better place to do it than at this throwback track for the throwback race. It's a track that teaches you that not everything needs to be polished and perfect. You conquer the cracks and the imperfections, you can achieve greatness. And while it's important to celebrate racing heritage, we also look to the future of pavement racing. We want the present and the future to mean as much as a legendary past. And it starts now. Let's hold the biggest night in pavement late model racing history. The Throwback Classic at Hickory Motor Speedway.
Continuing coverage of the Cobblestone Hotel's 46th Annual Slinger Nationals, presented by Lynch Buick GMC of West Bend, and Miller Lite is on tap here on FloRacing. Just wrapped up late models. Super late models have their final, I guess you could just call it practice session, regular practice session. They'll have mock qualifying coming up here at 4:30 from 4:30 to 5 o'clock that they can take part in as well. But last available session where multiple cars will be on the racetrack at the same time. Mock qualifying at 4:30. They'll send one car out at a time. The late models are wrapped up. They'll send their cars back to the trailer. Super late models on the track right now, getting their tires warmed up just before turning them loose for their final 30 minutes. Justin Mondyke on the track out of Gleason, Wisconsin. Saw him earlier today. Talked about a couple of drivers that have a mechanical engineering background. He graduated magna cum laude with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Michigan Technical University. Done a lot of work on his own race cars and has looked pretty sporty so far here this afternoon.
Yeah, Max was in the Quickie Driver program, so is Levon Vander. He's the mechanical engineering student. And we showed another guy on the racetrack that's got a mechanical engineering background as well, and Justin Mondyke. He was in the Quickie Driver Development Program. I say all that because Quickie became the first NASCAR champion as a mechanical engineer, college degreed individual. And it all plays into the Midwest and the health here and the knowledge you can take to a mechanical engineering degree and apply to the racetrack. Max and his dad, man, they got it figured out. When he won that Jim Sauter Classic a couple of years ago at the Dells Raceway Park, they were dialed in on kill. Mondyke's done his share of winning as well. He's the number 44 here. He has helped and works with Toby Newman as well, given the chance, who does so many great things with Mondyke and several other teams, including that Ty Majewski guy.
Learned a lot. As a driver that went to the top of the charts earlier is right back there in the beginning of super late model practice, Andrew Morrissey. Dialing in an 11.455. Again, was down in the 11.2s just about a little over an hour ago. But it's definitely on a longer run, is on lap 8, lap 9. In fact, just turned his faster lap at lap 8. And again, that's something that we see a lot here at Slinger. It's not necessarily, if you're making a mock qualifying run, it's one thing, but as these tires really come up to temperature, again, it's lap 4, 5, 6, where you often see a lot of these fastest laps that are laid down for a lot of these drivers. Morrissey proven that. In fact, just went fastest, although Derek Kraus upending that with a 4:35 on his third lap.
Andrew Morrissey, Redemption Tour 2025, with car number 39. He was fast early on. He's fast again. You mentioned the times, the speeds. Could this be the tune-up for the mock run? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Let's try one more thing, and then we'll put the new ones on. The least used tires, they could be 20-lap tires. The 80-lap tires they used already will be put away. But on these 20-lappers, might give them a better indication what the new shoes will be like. I say new shoes all the time. It's another phrase for tires. But the new tires they put on will be the difference maker for sure. So if they get close on 20 or 30-lap tires, that's what they're probably working with right now, is my guess.
That's one thing that's so difficult for a lot of these teams that they do throughout the day. They're always measuring up and trying to keep track of, well, you know, the 91, they were fast earlier, but they didn't go out on stickers. Or this team, they were fast. We don't think they'll be quite as good later on, but we think they went out on sticker tires. So it's something that it's just a cat and mouse game that's going on. And you even mentioned it earlier, going out maybe in that mock qualifying run, laying something down on sticker tires, get your competition thinking a little bit. I mean, there's just it's a chess game within a game that these drivers and teams love to play.
And we cannot get enough of it, showing premier races on FloRacing like the Snowball Derby, now like the Slinger Nationals for the first time. Can't get enough of it. This is Willie Nelson. He raced to a top 10 finish last year in his first Slinger Nationals. You want to talk about getting dialed in? I don't know how many paychecks he cashed at the parts store to get his race car ready for this one. I'm sure he's looking forward to it in a big way. That number 25 stylized number like that reminds me of Larry Deachin's car number. He had the same kind of prism look to it, and Larry won the very first Slinger Nationals title, and the Larry Deachin Memorial Trophy is the winner's trophy of the Slinger Nationals. And Larry was a contemporary of Trickle and Sauter and Refner and all those guys, and was so good, and he was winning championships and was racing here and had sponsorship and racing for a living. And Larry Deachin, unfortunately, his life was cut short in 1981 in a racing accident, but he was on his way to becoming that next guy out of Wisconsin. I would say the Matt Kenseth path of being really good in this area and getting a chance. I think Larry was every bit part of that. And Larry's family legacy lives on as a Olympic junior skier. His nephews are Scott Wimmer and Chris Wimmer, who also skied and have gone on to race in NASCAR. And Chris is actually a 2014 Slinger Nationals champion. So the Wimmer family still carries that through. The thoughts about Larry Deachin and how good he was and how good he could have been still lingers here as the very first Slinger Nationals champion, and all the things that come with it through that stylized number 25 that, if you couldn't tell, came right to mind, because that's what I see when I see that number.
And again, looking to improve on what was a top 10 effort last year. Finished 9th in his first appearance in the Slinger Nationals, making his second, or hope to be second attempt later on tomorrow night. See the number 28 of Jesse Bernhagen.
Jesse was one bad man in that Jones Sausage number 28. A couple years back, I think he won almost 3/4 of the late model races here and won the championship going away. He went to work with a car that, in that mode and mindset, was a 2007 chassis that did very little with to fix it week to week. They ran their Slinger setup and parked it. Then they started dabbling in a super late, and they had another late model they ran some other specials with. So this is a culmination of a driver who by day is a high school principal, by evening and weekends and summers off is a really fast race driver in Jesse Bernhagen.
And again, they've been trying to dial this car in. Finished 9th last weekend in the super late model race that they had here at Slinger. They've been chasing a little bit of speed here with this race car and trying to do just that right now on a run that has eclipsed, let's see, how many laps has Bernhagen? This lap 16 of this run.
Speaking of laps, I've been here where Ty Majeski's run 4 laps and waited an hour and gone back out and gone 4 more laps. He's put a lot of laps in.
Yes, he has.
Last year and this year, I would say, he is just, it may not be short, it may not be long runs, but there's a lot more laps overall that Ty Majeski's put in, I believe. Probably the most he's put in a decade of racing here or better. Trying to get it figured out. Again, he's so busy doing the truck stuff.
Yeah, I think it was practice 1 or 2. He put in about 45 or 46 laps, which again can happen so quickly here. You can rattle off 40 laps before you know it here.
I think that draws to the importance of how your car has to be, and how Ty Majeski's not just going to do a 4-lap run and kind of grade that over a course of a run. He's putting in the time more than I've seen in a Slinger Nationals preparation for Majeski and that 91 team.
Does that open up some questions, I would say? Of course, race car drivers, they're never going to be content. They're always looking for something additional. But for somebody like him that often has that car dialed in, I wonder if that speaks to something that maybe they're still chasing a little bit here.
I'm glad you said that, because Dennis Prunty and Conrad Morgan are the 2 cars on the racetrack right now. Both former track champions. Both had cars that could not lose here at Slinger in the course of time. Prunty's championships came in the early 2010s. Conrad won all 5 of his track championships in the 1990s. But if you came to Slinger and raced against those guys, you had to prove yourself. They were the bench then, the benchmark. And Dennis Prunty probably could have won 3 or 4 Slinger Nationals. That's how good his car was in 2008 or 10 or 12, somewhere in there. So good. Remember, he was leading and the engine just cut off. The electric just stopped on him after leading a punishing amount of laps before he won in 2015, his first and only Slinger Nationals.
And how many times today have we talked about tight margins? Tied at the top of the charts there. Kraus, Luke, Penhouse.
Oh my. For a little bit.
Well, yeah, I was about to say. Ryan Farrell made me wrong.
That mechanical engineer comes back.
Yes.
We're talking about that as a theme, right? Get the geometry right. The Terry's Engines, number 80 Adams Towing Chevy. He's on a burn. He's on a burner right now. 11.233 that lap for Farrell.
That's incredible. 2/10 over the rest of the field. And again, when you talk about drivers and whether they're on stickers, everything like that, those are the type of runs that gets everybody thinking. 2:33, Bubba Pollard goes out, runs at 3:46. As he's coming back out again, earlier made a ton of mock qualifying runs early in the day, about 10 or 11 o'clock or so. Those first couple of sessions that they had was really just focusing on that mock qualifying speed for this 26 car. And for good reason, finally showing out here, gets down in the 11.2s eventually here on lap 4. And again, it was one of those cars, there were a couple that I was listening to the radios that other teams, we talk about measuring up against your competition. And I believe it was Storm a little bit earlier today who went out and said he wanted to run behind Steve Apel a little bit earlier today. He wanted to measure up. He said, hey, that 51's pretty good. And he even said that on the radio. This guy's won a lot of races here. I want to see if I can learn a thing or two behind him.
And that's going to get you up to speed really quick because these guys are really smart. I mean, you think about it, you get maybe a lap, maybe you got a 45-minute practice session or a pair of 45-minute practice sessions at a given race. When you get a chance to take multiple runs and maybe even talk to them before you go out on the racetrack, if you get a chance to get behind someone that's really good at a racetrack, you're going to want to glom on that big time. These are red trimmed wheels, just making a point of that.
All right.
Nick Neary's got some nice, beautiful red stripes inside. We didn't know if Steve Doerr's wheels were painted or his brakes were pretty much almost on fire.
What I said, it's a little early, especially for the short runs that these drivers are taking around here. But this place is going to wear out the brakes at some point. Harder on the shocks, but definitely something that these drivers will have to think about as well.
And we have an Elvis sighting on the hood of the number 17 of Nick Neary. The
Yes.
Elvis Enterprises AMS Roofing sponsorship. The driver in Bradenton, Florida, 19 years of age. Trying to make his first nationals for Grant Thormier, teammate with Kendrick Cryer, a Wisconsin short tracker, now living in Florida, working for that team. Elvis Enterprises. That hood would look good in my garage, wouldn't it? Just hanging out when he's done with it?
I think so.
Maybe your garage. Maybe it's a gift from your first time here at Slinger. It's like, let's take a keepsake home. Nick, you got a spare spot for that hood?
I'd take it. I got some space.
Yeah. The big TS on the hood is for Thor Sport. T-Sport is the sponsorship. They make truck aftermarket parts, and T-Sport is owned by Duke Thorson. And this chassis was purchased by Duke Thorson, owner of Thor Sport Racing, for young Penn Sauter to go racing. His dad, Johnny, was in a pro late model mode and mindset about a year ago, saying, let's get some laps, got an old car out there. The car hasn't been used in a while. It's been in the back corner of the shop, and that's what Johnny had his son Penn racing in. Had a thought and a mindset of doing some super late model racing. And matter of fact, they ran their late model and the Jim Sauter Classic last year at the Dells Raceway Park in an ASA Midwest Tour race. Finished 19th there, had some speed. But this opportunity kind of sprung upon them, saying, Duke wants to buy Penn a super late model chassis, and here we go. Racing in supers, and now for the second time racing against his dad head-to-head in competition in the same race. Both Penn and Johnny are racing in Fury chassis, which should help them in the equation of it all. Johnny's racing the orange number 5 for Richie Waters. This is the black 5 of Penn Sauter. There's also another 5. A black 5, Casey Johnson, who has not been out much. He's wearing a T-shirt and shorts when he talked to our Bob Billner about 2 hours ago, saying, I'm going to wait a little while.
Yeah, well, and he was really, really fast earlier today. And we've heard kind of drivers go back and forth on whether they think there's a lot to learn or to try to dial their car in at this point in the afternoon. But I think as we get later, that window widens up a little bit. You're going to have some more takers on the racetrack.
See Conrad Morgan car over here on the left-hand side. That is the spotter's stand. That's above turn 4. It's a viewing area. Literally they can put the entire field of spotters up there. We see Ron Ernestad and Kim Kemperman up there, photographers that shoot a lot of short track races. They're hanging out up there, a great view. But that's where the spotters can get a good look at things and head back to the pits in a quick way. And it's above turn 4. It's a new addition, probably, that Todd and Elizabeth Thielen put in here maybe, I don't know, 8-9 years ago. It really helps a bunch, especially when you're in the practice mode. You don't have to come all over the top of the grandstand to do a practice shot or get out there to be a spotter. This is our drone shot. This is above turn 4. Great hamburgers back there. Dick Milius and the gang, they make some great pit burgers in that little stand behind there. And look at all those campers on the back row. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's one thing we were looking at earlier is all the campers that are outside turns 3 and 4. Again, a couple that are scattered all throughout the facility, but a long line of campers that are going to be parked here. And again, this is just practice day, so can imagine that we get to tomorrow and it's going to be even more full. And again, what a great spotter stand. That again, it's easy to look down into the bowl here, but a unique perspective for those spotters as they really have a lot of view of turns 1 and 2. So it's really easy to kind of tell if drivers are on your inside and whatnot. But to clear them off at 2, that's something that's a little more difficult for these drivers. We talked about the amount of laps that this man was running earlier, and he is yet again back out on the track This time in the 11.3s on his, what would be, I believe his second lap of this current run.
So the shock and spring thing defined by that orange ribbon across the front leading edge of the valance. How low can that stay and how sealed up to the racetrack can it be? Time of just going to another turn. So case in point, this is Penn Sauter's race car. That's his cousin Reed. And in the hood, that's Johnny Sauter, Penn's dad, looking things over in the left front. Make sure his son's car's got everything he possibly can put toward it. That's the family effort in that number 5. And I saw Johnny rebuilding the brakes last time they ran together. That's Richie Waters above him and above the Ricky Lemon Trucking logo. Richie actually came and helped out Johnny and Penn when they ran the ASA Stars race at Madison. Richie didn't have a car in that race. He just came out early to help him out, and then he ran here at Slinger that same weekend with Jonathan Nee in his orange number 5. So they're always talking about how to make their cars fast. Good to see that family effort going forward there. Here's Rusty Wallace in the black number 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Bilderback, who said his favorite car was the Miller Genuine Draft number 2. I think Rusty's favorite car ever was Midnight. That was the name of the chassis of that black number 2 car that won so many races. Michael's been putting on some laps, though. Qualifying laps and a super, he's been really good. Winning at Grundy in a Big 8 race, it's a guarantee. Michael Bilderback won again a couple weeks ago. Really, really good when he gets the chance. And he's been at it for quite a while now. But the super stuff, he's got to get it right. He doesn't race a lot of supers. When he has it right, it's right and prepared the way he wants it. So a lot of work has gone in for that driver and the team.
Well, and I think when we heard from him maybe about 30, 45 minutes ago or so, you could tell that he was pretty confident in his race car and coming on out, being able to put on some stickers in this run, I think proving that 240 right now is a really, really fast time for this juncture in the day. So the Bilderbackers got to be pretty happy about their cars. Again, I love that they have that on the rear bumper of their race car.
And that's kind of like lap money we're talking about. I mean, there's a lot of folks that put some money into the deal, and they love being called Bilderbackers. It's its own little cash-funded pod, like his own little fan club. But in reality, there are people that support Michael and what he does. It's really cool. Liz is all part of it, the whole gang. They have a really good time as well. But yeah, it's cool. I'm glad you saw the Bilderbackers name on there. It's pretty cool to know that they're here again supporting their driver.
I wonder what change Bob got back for the 20 he gave earlier.
I don't know. 19? Did he have no singles? Did they allow singles? Speaking of lap money, yeah, a lot of lap money on the line. Derek Kraus has led some laps here, but has yet to win his first Slinger Nationals. Derek Kraus last year led laps 11 through 56. Just saying. He cashed in some money that Bob Dillner hopes to give away by lap 51 tomorrow. Bob, what else you got? Did you get $19 back or the whole 20 back?
You're funny, Jim. I actually gave him 40. How about that?
Oh, okay.
I put 40 bucks down on lap 51.
All right.
Just watching here, as you guys saw just a moment ago, Penn Sauter still sitting inside the race car. And this team has been looking at the left front, and they went out and made a run and tried to set up on this race car that Johnny was very interested in. You guys have been talking about how these two teams, the same type of car, they're swapping knowledge back and forth between each other, even though Penn doesn't have the experience like Johnny does here at Slinger Super Speedway. But back to you guys. We got to spin on the racetrack.
Jesse Bernhagen, uncharacteristic spin, trying to get the most out of it. Came off of turn 2, the super late model regular and recent super late model champion, from 2023. Dialed it by himself off of turn 2. Locked it down, got to the apron.
First spin we've seen of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, was by himself. You can see the tire marks. He was low in the corner. Wasn't like he got too high or anything.
This is a replay of how Jesse Bernhagen had a getaway on him. Low off of turn 1. Was about to hit the gas in turn 2. Might have lit him up a little bit. That's a little flat spot on the bottom of 2 if you don't get above it.
Well, again, the fact that you're climbing up, especially at a turn number 2, you're in the gas so early. You're in the gas way before that apex or the center of the corner. And you just got to trust that that car's going to stick, and he's in the gas and just gets a little too sideways, and a very innocent spin. Again, not going to damage anything, just kind of innocently rolling down the banking there.
And we saw how he took to the track. This is important. The banking being 33 degrees, he did not want to get on the banking, did not want to affect the front balance, so he went all the way around the track to do a U-turn on the flat of the infield. A lot of first-timers here will try to get their car in gear, go up the hill, go down the hill. No, you want to go down to the level on a gradiated run, keep the nose intact. And Jesse was the poster child of that just there, spinning in turn 2 in the grass, but went all the way to the flat on the front stretch to keep that nose on the flat of the racetrack when he made the U-turn.
Yeah. Don't want to damage anything with balance. Don't want to punch a hole in the oil pan if you're just going to climb directly up the banking. That's something that could very easily happen as well. Haven't seen this car a ton this afternoon, but we know it's fast every time it shows up here to Slinger. This is Derek Thorne in the number 7. One of many number 7s out here this afternoon.
Derek Thorne is 6-time SRL Super Late Model champion, 59 wins and 109 starts there. Coming here to play at Slinger. He raced here in 2007, raced for the ASA Late Model Challenge Championship out of the Wisconsin shop. Ken Wills and the 5K guys. And during that time, he was here for the summer. He got a chance to race at Slinger. His first time back was 3 years ago. Make it 4 now, and he finished 3rd. Finished 3rd the year after that. Finished 3rd last year and was bumped to 2nd after the disqualification of the winner. So this car and this driver, man, I'm telling you, Thorne, just like he is at the Derby, you got to just walk up to the fence line when you know he's on the racetrack by himself with something good, because you're going to learn something watching him go around.
Absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head right there. Hasn't finished worse than 3rd in any of his attempts at the Slinger Nationals. That's something, even with a driver with his speed and his pedigree, very, very difficult to do. And again, it's somebody that has checked off so many big races in his racing career. Won a Snowball Derby a couple of years ago. So many big races. Yet it's the Slinger Nationals that, don't want to say it's evaded him. He's had a couple attempts, and he's run very well, but just looking to, for somebody like him, you're just looking to check that off the resume, off of what is a very long and illustrious racing resume in super late models.
Yeah, I mean, he's won in the ARCA West Series. He won 2 championships and a fill-in role for the 2nd championship run. I mean, he's just good in everything. We just got a glimpse of a driver jockeying in his racing suit. That was Johnny Sauter heading back out to the car, perhaps for a part or component or something along that line for his sons. Now, the last time Penn Sauter was on the racetrack, maybe Johnny's just trying to find a better vantage point. You can walk from the pits back over to the grandstands in turn 2, and yep, Johnny's doing that. He's walking over to see what that car looks like firsthand behind our turn 2 lift for our cameras, but he's watching how Penn Sauter's car is on this racetrack. He wants to see what the car is looking like on the backstretch. Maybe he's going to tell his son a different racing line. Lots to learn here. Johnny does have a headset on, but he'll certainly debrief with Penn, his 15-year-old son, in just a few moments. While Penn's making some laps and circles, let's go back down to Bob Dillner.
Just want to update you on Jesse Bernhagen. He just climbed out of the race car. Everything okay? Spun on the racetrack, and I know we haven't been down here to talk to you just yet, but just want to make sure everything's okay with you guys.
Yeah, we're fine. I'm trying to get everything I can on a hot, slippery day with old tires, and we like you said, you hadn't been up to talk to me yet, so I had to get some attention on the 28 car here. So, had to give it everything we had. But no, we've had all sorts of problems. We had a right front upper control arm that was, or right front lower control arm that was bent and flexing all day. So we found that halfway through the day. That cut a significant chunk of our time out. Then as we were fixing that, I noticed that the brake bias wire was sheared off, and so I don't know. We've had front brake in the car up until now, and so we're struggling with that. But yeah, that last run we still had our 150 lap tires on, and we haven't put on the new ones all day just because there's no point when the car is all messed up.
On the bright side, think about it. Tomorrow, the big day, right? Today is the practice today. It's good that it happens today, right? To prepare yourself for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, totally. And before that, we just went the fastest that we had all day. Finally, it's still slow, but it's faster than we've been. So yeah, I mean, there's gains to be made here. It's just we might take the car home and put it back on scales and figure out where the hell we are. But I don't know. We got to figure something out.
I want to know what it's like. You've been running up here for a while now. You see some of these big names come up here from all over the country. What does it mean to you as one of these guys that competes here to go up against some of those guys in the Slinger Nationals?
Well, it's fun. We came up here with our late model in 2023, won a lot of races, won the Nationals. That was the year that Chase was here, and Eric Jones was here. There was a lot of NASCAR, like real big-time NASCAR names that were here, and that was really cool to walk around the pits and be here with those guys. The next year we came up here and raced against them. We ran good. I was racing with Ryan Preece there at the end of the race last year, and then we got wrecked. But this year it's cool to see Bubba come up. Obviously to have Ty here, that always sets the bar for everybody. And we've run with them before. We can lay down the lap times that they do, and we've won races here. So I know that we have the car that can do it. It's just that we got to find it. As far as, you know, what it means for a low-dollar team like us to be able to race with them, it's cool to be able to go home and tell your wife and tell your friends that, you know, hey, this guy that you watch on TV on Sunday was racing here Tuesday night, so you guys should really come and get your butts in the seats and watch this, because you don't find it anywhere else.
You couldn't say it any better, honestly, and that's what we love, Jim and Blake, is people like Jesse to come up here and do this. They love this place. The big dogs come up, and they can kind of put them back a little bit.
Yeah, take him to school a little bit. I got my schools wrong. He's a middle school principal at Neilsville Middle School. So I'm sorry if his school is out of session and the students are uprising, because he's a pretty smart guy. I'm sorry I got the school name wrong, and my friends here corrected me. So I love the fact that people care enough to say, Jim, you're wrong. This is right.
That's okay, and I wanted to ask him about that. Thank you for the reminder. You know, middle school, you're there, you're racing. Which is more difficult, I want to know?
Oh, that by a long shot. This year of racing has been the best year of racing in my life. Even if we've had struggles and things, but to be able to release from that and come here, it's a dream come true. And you know, going there and doing that is fun. The kids, they know what I do. It's very known, and yeah, they enjoy it. They like to ask questions. Usually the questions are kind of the typical ones, like how fast do you go? Have you ever crashed? Yeah, this, you know, all that. But there's a few kids that actually, one of the guys on my pit crew is one of the kids that I used to teach, and then we got two other kids that have been kind of hanging around now that they graduated, and we're trying to feed them into the series as much as we can, and they enjoy cars. So I said, well, look, you guys are learning in the shop. Let's come and get you out here with the race car.
Hey, listen, I know what he's talking about. I teach at App State, and those kids are difficult. I'd rather be at the racetrack. It's a lot easier, especially with guys like Blake and Jim in the booth.
All right, Bob, I have to pay you now. Get some of that money back for
$20
your
bucks.
$20.
$20 back.
I go, Hazzy's on lap 51 then. Get my name on that list with Dan. Get that golf cart back over here. Good stuff, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Well, a driver that's here to beat. He actually raced here 5 times consecutively. 2016, 2017, he won the Slinger Nationals out of Sonoy, Georgia, in the Phoenix Construction number 26, Bubba Pollard. His last trip here is in 2020, where he didn't have the handle on the car and pulled off before the end of the race. And we saw that a few times. I've seen it a few times, Blake, where if Blake doesn't have the car he knows he can win with, like at the All-American 400 or even the Snowball Derby last year, several different cars, several different chassis manufacturers he's worked with. He wants to have the best car possible. He wants to live up to the reputation he's created on his own. The winningest driver in Blizzard Series history when it comes to winning at Pensacola. The driver that's won the Southern Super Series title. He's won every big race. The Oxford 250. Out west, he's won the Showdown. He wants to get it right, and I think by him getting here this time after 4 years away proves the fact he wants to race here, and he's got a car that he thinks he can do it with. So it's cool to see Bubba back in the field.
Well, again, I think a little bit of an old school mentality there of maybe if things aren't going well, you don't think you have a car that can go up and win, just simply, you know, pulling off. These things are expensive, and very, very expensive. And being able to have somebody that I think has that mentality, I don't think necessarily is a bad thing at all. It preserves it and gives you something to continue to work on it. Because again, you stick around, maybe you're racing in the back. That's the hardest racing that you'll find anywhere in short tracks, whether it's super late models, late models, stock cars, like where I'm from. It doesn't matter. If you're racing, you know, 15th, 20th, that's the hardest racing that you'll ever do in your life. And being able to preserve your car and be able to work on it, because again, you tear your car up, you're not getting better, you're repairing. But if you have the opportunity to go back, work on your car, that's where you start to see a lot of improvement with
and when
your
you
program.
and when you have something good, you want to keep it, right? You want to make sure you can have that right handle. Luke Fenhouse, who just pulled off the track, we mentioned he won in 2021. The next year, he moved to Charlotte and raced in the Cars Pro Late Model Stock Tour. Won the championship in his first year, right?
And then Pro Late Models, yes.
Yeah. That year, he came back and ran second in the Slinger Nationals.
There
the
you
year
go.
after that, he was racing for the ARCA Menard Series East title with PRG, Pinnacle Racing Group, came back and ran the Nationals, finished second in that. So when he came back home last year, unfortunately had his worst finish in the Nationals, finishing 20th. He had some issues early on. But talk about speed and keeping that bottled up, keeping that genie in the corner. That team found it. They're trying to find it again here today.
And keeping up that momentum, too, whether it's regardless of what you're running in, being able to turn out consistent finishes in different series, different cars. It's something that's definitely very, very prevalent and keeps these drivers going.
So we're here in super late model country in Slinger, Wisconsin. Tomorrow night we got a big broadcast for you. It's ready to go at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Qualifying will be the ever important, and we heard from Derek Thorne, who's won the Snowball Derby. He said this has a Derby-esque feel to it. Qualifying for the Derby, that same feel comes here tomorrow night to Slinger Super Speedway. When we're talking, at one point, the fastest lap was identical times during practice about an hour ago. As we alternate late models and supers in practice, we have a stoppage in the action. We'll wait for some more cars to load up and drop in the bowl. We're to take a commercial break and come back with more from the world's fastest quarter mile, Slinger Super Speedway.
Practice day for the Slinger Nationals up here in Slinger, Wisconsin. Quarter mile with 33 degrees of banking. It is bad to the bone. Some activity now here in the pit area. You got the super late models heading back out in the racetrack, and I come down here and I see Steve Apel and his team. Of course, they have the 51, my favorite number. But Steve, this is not what I expected you to be doing right now with the rear end on this race car. What's going on?
We had an axle seal leak in the second practice, and we tried to patch it together to get us through the day. And I figured it was time to tear it apart, get it fixed for tomorrow, and we'll get it back together tonight and be ready for tomorrow.
So sounds simple. Sent the wife to get some parts to make sure that they can get this repaired. But before that, what did you concentrate on here today, and how did that car feel?
You know, we've been working on race trim. I feel like beginning of this year, we were really good on qualifying and just haven't really hit on something for the race. And now with an impound race, it actually helps us. I think it does, because we can focus on the race trim. Qualifying trim is what it is, and no changes after qualifying. So we're working on long run speed and put tires on at the end of the day here, and run a 2-something. So like we're up there in the top 3 or 4 for the day. So overall happy with the car. We made some changes that I think will help us in the long run. So. But we'll see what we have tomorrow.
You've been coming up here, so much success through the years, almost that Slinger Nationals win, trying to get that victory. How much has this place changed, and you had to chase it through the years, especially as we go into tomorrow?
I mean, it changes through the week. You know, it's year by year. We try to make small gains every winter and try to come back stronger. And sometimes you hit on something, sometimes you don't. So we have a good notebook for here. It's just everything has to come together for the Nationals. And We've been so close, and it just does get one chance a year to make it happen. So we're excited. I think we'll have a good race car. Keep our nose clean the first 100 and try to race the second 100.
You know, I got the chance to interview Dale Earnhardt when he won the Daytona 500, right? After 20 years of trying. I've talked to Bubba Pollard about trying to go after that Snowball Derby. He hasn't gotten it done. You haven't officially gotten it done as well. Does that bother you?
No, not really. You know, we've won quite a bit here in the past, and they've had a lot of success. So it's just one of those races. You know, I think it's our 16th year trying, and I hope I don't take the 20, but Brett Miller won last year, so that was super cool to see him knock that off the list, and I just hope I'm next.
That's right. Steve Apel, he could be next tomorrow night here at Slinger, but in the meantime, this team's got to get back to work and get this rear end repaired for tomorrow's Slinger Nationals.
Good news for him. His brother Jared's really smart. He's been his crew chief for a long time, and better news is his shop is about 1.5 miles off of turn 3. So he's got stuff close if that's where the parts are for his wife to run and get them. So Liz is on the run. And if all things go to Steve's plan, Steve Apel will become a Slinger Nationals champion in his 17th try tomorrow night. So a little Darrell Waltrip luck is his wish, as Waltrip went to victory lane in his one and only Daytona 500 victory in his 17th try in car number 17 back in '89. If you remember that, the Icky Shuffle, the whole shebang. Lots of things going on here at Slinger Super Speedway. A little downtime now. That is the tech area. And Steve brought up a very good point. He said, we have an impound situation after qualifying tomorrow night. So after the 3 most important laps of the season for a lot of these drivers, their qualifying lap needs to be top 16 to lock in on time to the feature. If they're putting their qualifying setup aside and go to a race setup on because they can't do a lot of changes after qualifying, that's that balance. How much do I apply to my 3 laps versus 200 laps? And if you don't get fast enough in your race setup, now you have to run another race on old tires.
Yeah.
Qualifying race to try to get in.
Or at least try to get to lap 100 to be able to hang on and make some adjustments at that point in the race.
This is the view of the back pit area. The pit shed, the tech shed is at the top of your screen. These are the cars. This is how they roll into Slinger Super Speedway. Teams are allowed to pick their pit stalls, but traditional spots for the Gutenex and the 01, the 92 teams. The 92 cars of Conrad Morgan and R.J. Braun are in the same spot they always seem to be each and every Sunday night here. And, Bob, you're hanging out in the pits with more to tell us on what's going down during this little stoppage.
Yeah, check this out right now. That is a fresh left rear tire. 4 new tires on Ty Majeski's machine. He's going out for a mock qualifying run. Obviously, you want to get that top speed. How important is this to gauge for tomorrow's qualifying time?
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. Obviously, tomorrow's a new day. Track's going to get a lot more rubbered in. But overall, we've had good consistency in our car today. Just looking for a feel that I haven't quite got on it.
Majeski looking for the feel. He's been chasing all day. We talked about the laps he's put in. And, Blake, I'm telling you, he's put a lot of laps in. And for that purpose and that moment for Ty, I've actually been in a position of trying to get a hold of Ty during a practice day like today. And he told me, I am working. You can talk to me at 4 o'clock when practice ends. So for Bob to drag him out of the trailer, which no doubt he's at the spring and shock evaluator in the trailer, trying to get that figured out again. That's a good thing that Ty is doing small changes, and that setup he's putting on that car, the care they're taking for their next run, will be the difference maker for that team that's put a lot of laps in here today, more than I've ever seen here at the Slinger Nationals on a practice Monday. We're glad you're with us on this practice Monday at Slinger Super Speedway. Mock qualifying runs yet to come in our practice coverage of the Slinger Nationals. We'll be right back.
Back with coverage of the 46th Annual Slinger Nationals presented by Lynch, Buick GMC of West Bend, and Miller Lite. As we moved on to mock qualifying practice that these drivers have from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. There's only been 2 drivers so far that have elected to hit the racetrack. Kendrick Cryer went out while we were under the break, went out and ran in 11:326. This is Johnny Sauter's car that is out on the racetrack right now. As Jim Trado described a little bit earlier today, perhaps the 3 most important laps of the season for many of these competitors, and it's going to go by in nearly 33 seconds. Going to go by in a flash as, again, plenty of drivers lining up, or at least a few, I think, that are back there in turn 4, ready to go out here in a couple of moments. But still, Bob Dillner, busy down in the pit lane. Let's hear from him.
Nice to hear you as well, Blake. Unfortunately, we'll get back to Ty Majeski in a little while, but Justin Mondyke inside his race car right now. We haven't gotten a chance to talk to him, but you're about to go out there and make a mock qualifying run. What do you expect out of this race car?
Honestly, it's kind of been an up and down day for us. We got really good long run pace like normal. Struggling on the short run speed, and tomorrow in qualifying, that's going to be what it's about. So working on that here. Hopefully we can find something. And then we got a lot of practice yet tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll figure it out, and looking forward to 200 laps.
Justin, even for the mindset on the team, how important is this run to get that baseline and some momentum going into tomorrow's Slinger Nationals?
Yeah, of course. We were honestly talking about not doing it, just saving the tires for tomorrow to kind of do 2 mock runs tomorrow, or maybe even 3. But just like I said, put the mind at ease, know that we got a good package going into overnight here. And if it don't go well, then we can kind of strategize overnight and come up with a different package. So it's a good opportunity to know where we're at.
Really a lot of fun for me and you, Jim, watching Justin Mondyke mature behind the wheel of this race car. 3 wins already in late model competition this year, and a former Kawicki driver development champion.
Yeah, Mondyke's really good. He's smart. He goes about it the right way, and his family and his backing is really strong. Gleason, Wisconsin's not that close to Slinger, but man, he makes it worthwhile wherever he races. He's got a lot of folks supporting him. Usually wearing the orange t-shirts in the grandstands and back in his Kawicki driver development days. Casey Johnson trying to wrap it in, trying to get things going in the Hogan Farms number 5. Are we mocking right now? Is this the time? Is this the place?
It is. It is.
All right.
4th car we've sent out. Again, we'll try to get a time for Casey Johnson here in a couple of moments. Cryer was first out. He ran a 32.6. Johnny Sauter went out second and just bested that time at a 31.8. And finally, Casey Johnson's time will clock in. It is fastest, 2:62 for Casey Johnson. And again, that's the first time we've seen him back on the racetrack in roughly 3 hours or so. Next up, R.J. Braun, the number 92. And I think you made a great point earlier, Jim. This is, for some of these drivers, the 3 most important laps of their year. And it goes by in about 30 seconds or so. They get their dead lap and 2 qualifying laps as they drop down into the bowl. And R.J. Braun into the 11.1s, 195. For R.J. Braun of the number 92 Certa Pro painting machine.
Former track champion in the Super Lates. Also raced and won here in an ASA Midwest Tour race against the locals. R.J. making a statement. Could he be the next local to beat the combatants of the national flavor here at the Nationals?
Best finish of 5th was last season in the Slinger Nationals. Could he do better in the top 5, or perhaps take home a victory tomorrow night? We'll see. Another mock qualifying run going on here, the number 17. Clocking in 11.212. So again, seeing the quickest times we've seen so far today. .195 at 212, 262. Top 3 times we've seen so far. But again, thought we would see kind of a longer line of cars kind of ready to go out there in turn 4. Again, they're lined up behind the spotter stand, so it's hard to see from our vantage point, but not as many cars rolling out as I thought we would see.
There's the 39 of Andrew Morrissey. So I believe Ryan Farrell, who put down a really good lap in that last practice session, if he's not going back out, he might have already done his mock run per se. But this is kind of exciting. It's almost like Indianapolis, right? Who's getting pushed down to pit road to declare they're going to qualify?
Yeah.
We see the stickers on the treadwear of the 39 of Morrissey. Probably the first time today he's put new ones on, if not the second. JMR stands for Justin Mondag Racing on the hood of that car. With El Bandito Yankee Tequila sponsorship, Justin actually got to race 3 NASCAR Truck Series races last year. Kansas, Martinsville, and another one. And it was really cool to see that effort and him wearing a brand new fire suit with NASCAR's logo on it. It kind of made you feel good as a short tracker getting a chance. Kind of like Lane Riggs first got his chance to race a couple of NASCAR truck races.
Yeah.
Kind of you got that hope, like, I've read about this guy, I've seen this guy, I've watched him on Flow, and now I see him in a truck. That's pretty cool.
It was really neat. I remember because his first start, I believe it was at IRP, and I was in the grandstands that night, and he got that opportunity to run with Stort Friesen and his team.
Yeah.
And
I was on pit road that night, and I saw his dad, Scott, after.
Yeah.
Who was out in the infield in turn 3, like, watching.
Yeah.
I said, Scott, guess what? He just beat you. He said, what do you mean? I said, you finished whatever you did in your first truck race, and he finished better than you did. He's like, no way. He was so excited.
Well, and he did that. He had pit road issues, had to drive through the field 2 or 3 times, made up a lap under green, raced his way up to the lucky dog. But again, you remember that as those guys that, you're always wondering if they get that one chance, get that opportunity to prove that they can do it at that level. They took advantage of it, and now he's running in that series full time and still winning races.
And my first time to Southern National Motorsports Park in Kenly, North Carolina was when Scott Riggs was the king of that track on a weekly basis. I like took note of that. But those kind of things happen. And if you take notice, and we don't have as much available. We have too much available. But back in the days of the National Speed Sport News, I'd read that thing cover to cover. And I'd find out Justin Mondag just won at Norway Speedway in Michigan. Or I'd find out that, Garrett Evans had somebody win for the 3rd time at his racetrack in Washington. I could find those things out. I have to seek those out now. It's easier with the internet. But having that kind of a touch and a flavor with Lane Riggs, or in the case of Justin Mondag, it's really cool to see them progress, and you kind of take note of those things. And I encourage you to take note of things like Andrew Morrissey at age 41 racing for the Nationals title. I wanted to see Penn Sauter. Hey, when's the first time you saw in the Nationals? You're going to see him tomorrow night racing in hopefully the 200 lapper on Flow, because we know it's going to be hard to make the show no matter the skill or the experience with this tight field.
This has been one very motivated race car driver, and I am really curious to see. Again, he's paced a couple of our practices that we've had throughout today. Get some stickers on it, gets to make a mock qualifying run. Really curious to see how fast Morrissey clocks in. And it seems like right now, 2:51, first time, first mock qualifying lap that he's made here. Cruise to a 21.6.
I'm telling you, it's getting down to the whisker. Just take that knife and sharpen it as hard as you can and start slicing the time differences between these laps, and that's what we're going to magnify tomorrow night. And here is Ty Majeski. Car number 91, the Soda Sense, Ken's Sports iRacing Ford. He's led 611 laps in 8 straight races. That string was broken in 2023. But the last time he won the Nationals, he only the last 3. Led the last 3 laps in that one. Probably should have won about 6 of these races that I've been to.
Ran a 26 on lap 1, and that's quick. Ties the lap for Casey Johnson. You can see him kind of arc down into 3 and off of turn number 4 to come to his 2nd lap, and he does pick up a little bit. 2:45 here. Gets one more crack at it. As again, they'll actually wave the checkered flag like they would for qualifying tomorrow. Is he better? Looks like he actually slowed down a little bit on that last lap for Ty Majeski, so 2:45.
So now if you're Nick Neary, your spotter has just told you what Ty Majeski ran, and now you're next. You're 19 years old from Florida. You've heard a lot about it. You read about it. You've had, maybe 2 hours total on the racetrack, on and off the track in practice today. And now you're going to have to throw down a number with Elvis's name on the hood, as good as Majeski's, or get close to it to feel comfortable and sleep well tonight.
But again, is that the car you want to measure up to right now? I mean, Majeski's 4th right now.
Good point.
Out of 9 cars.
Good point.
So I'm sure everybody taking note of that. It's Nick Neary, 469. Clocking in. He'll come around and take the checkered flag this time. It's a little bit smoother there. And 441 going to be where he clocks in. Again, you can see that car a couple of times. You see a lot of these cars are able to wrap the apron really well. They're able to get around that painted yellow line. He was a little bit higher through the corners that time.
Well, we just saw what Jesse Bernhagen did on really old tires. He spun down to the infield. That's the only car to go around today. No damage. Got his number 28 tuned in here. Mentioned about the championships and the races he's won and competing in the Nationals a couple years ago. That was a big step up for the late model regular here at Slinger. The Jones Dairy Farm, Daring Law Services, Pathfinder chassis.
Bernhagen 409, lap 1. Again, I love the unique angle that a lot of these drivers will take. They'll enter really high into 3 and cut it down to try to get as much of a run to the line as possible for lap number 2. That's why you'll often see that pickup, as they know that second lap's going to get good. 378 that time for Bernhagen.
Qualifying's going to count for real in about 24 hours from now at 4:30 Central Time. Our coverage begins at 4:30 on FloRacing through the checkered flag and post-race tomorrow for the 46th annual Slinger Nationals. A young driver trying to make his way into the first Nationals in his first year of super late model racing is Billy Braun, who began the year racing an Anthony Campy prepared pro late model during the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing at New Smyrna Speedway. He and his brother both raced with Anthony Campy for that full week to get an early jump on their season. Billy now racing a little more late models, super late models now specifically. The PD Padurka number 17. Out of Wales, Wisconsin. Mark Filer, the crew chief, overseeing his efforts there. 11.334. That's a good lap. That's a great lap. But still just 8th overall.
But again, as we get more cars, just wonder where these drivers are thinking about stacking up, because again, we'll lock in top 16 tomorrow in qualifying. You got to think that is a number that some of these drivers, they desperately want to get to tomorrow, because they don't want to have to worry about going through a heat or anything like that. They want to be locked into the show. And again, 16th, a place you can win the race from. It'd be difficult, but you can do it.
Yep. We're a quarter second between 1st and 11th. And Neary, he's 11th now. He may be 25th or 30th by the time we're done here. That many cars, many dominoes slicing in between this stack of fast cars.
Again, it's not the first time we've seen it, but Penn Sauter right there, you can see that left front kind of hopping a little bit. That last time through 3 and 4, this time by. Big pickup there on his last lap, 281, good for 6th.
That's the fastest lap he's run all day, using the 5s for the majority of practice, so good job on the left front fix there.
And just in front of his dad.
Yes. Hi, Dad. I beat you this time.
Yeah.
Bragging rights. Derek Krause, his dad Mark's a good racer. They got to race against each other a couple years ago at the Milwaukee Mile on an ASA Midwest Tour race. Mark beat son that day. His son Derek now on the track. Really strong lately in the Slinger Nationals, but qualifying had not been his strong suit. He had to race his way through the qualifier, I want to say 4 or 5 straight years in a row, including the 3 years he ran full-time in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Just couldn't get that qualifying run in. The confidence is there. The speed now, 11.309 for Derek Krause, up into the top 10.
That was really good, considering, again, he was kind of trying to arc down and build up that run to the line. 303 on his second lap around. I'm sure Sauter there, you talk about being able to brag that Dad beat him a little bit. I was listening to Levon Vandergeest radio earlier today, and they were talking about how good they were in practice. They kind of laughed it off. Well, we don't get anything for winning practice, but they were pretty happy with it. I'm sure that's what Johnny's saying, you know. Well, just wait till tomorrow.
And the family racers, Levon's won championships in bandos. He won the Midwest Truck Series title. Youngest winner ever at the Milwaukee Mile in the Midwest Truck. I mean, he's got a lot behind him. This is his 5th year, I believe, in super late models. Speaking of Levon and that black and gold number 23, I love the idea that we got some chrome numbers in the Midwest again. This is the chrome silver 15 of Gabe Summers.
240 on that lap, really, really quick for the 3rd generation racer.
He actually had to win the qualifying race last year to advance into the show and made it up to 8th at the finish of the Slinger Nationals a year ago.
Really busy at the end of this session.
Line them up. We're send them out one at a time until they're in. If there's somebody in the chute, we're going to let them roll on in. Paul Schaefer Motorsports, Dynamic Recycling, El Bandito Yankee Tequila sponsoring the number 7 of Derek Thorne. They've been involved with Derek for a long time, over a decade or so. Let's go back down to the pits and find out what's going on with Bob Dillner.
Well, Penn Sauter is down here from his run. His dad, Johnny, about to go out on his mock qualifying run. But what did you feel out of this car for your mock qualifying run?
It started off really stable. I was really happy with the entry and exit. I just need more turn in the middle. That's what we've been fighting all day. Obviously tomorrow, qualifying is going to be big to get in the show and hopefully figure it out by then.
I've seen your dad over here just grinding on this race car. But what has he been talking to you about? What have they been looking at to get you a little bit better?
They've been looking at a lot of stuff. We've changed 3 sway bars, a couple upper links, and then 2 sets of shocks. He's just trying to get me as comfortable as I can. It's my first time with him not spotting for me, so it's going to be interesting.
It'll be interesting indeed, but nice to see Penn here competing in the Slinger Nationals.
Doing a lot of work to that car, changing 3 sway bars, all in a day's work to try and chase down Braun and what was one of the faster cars in our earlier session, this number 80 of Ryan Farrell. Coming around to take the checker, 2:38 lap 1, 3:16 lap number 2. So good enough for a top 5 effort right now, but that car has been really consistent pretty much the entire day.
One of the competitors, no question, that will be racing for the pole position, the fastest time. I almost said pole position, but there's generally an invert.
Yeah.
When it comes to the fastest qualifier, they don't always start on the front row inside. When it comes to the Slinger Nationals, they rarely do. There's an inversion. Don't know how that factor is determined as of yet. But I do recall the year that Rich Bickle qualified 13th and they inverted the top 12. He was not happy.
There you go.
He was not happy. I won't repeat what he said, but he was saying all sorts of pleasantries. Okay, not so pleasant things.
Wow, Luke Fenhouse, 106. Again, he ran a 2:07 on his warm-up lap.
Wow.
That's incredible. And ran a 16 flat, or an 11:16 flat.
3 laps, think about it. The first, second lap, they're all within like half of a thousandth, half a hundredth, I mean. We're talking a 1, and a 2. My goodness.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some drivers that they packed up, they went home, they're watching our coverage now, they're thinking, oh boy.
Austin Nason put both hands back on that wheel back to Roscoe to get that landscaping job figured out. He's already packed it in because he's got work commitments, but you're right in every way, Blake. Paying attention now. Fenhouse lays down the best lap thus far.
I wonder too, again, you talk about inverts, and there are a couple of drivers, I don't think there's too many in the field, but they kind of think, we got a really good piece. We're going to be up towards the front of the field. But again, everybody's so close here. I don't think you can play the invert, or even, that's something you can even think,
right.
think
There's no
about.
way you can say,
no.
Let's see if I let off right here. Almost like bracket racing, right? Bracket drag racing, you know your limit, you know your time, you know the mark you got to beat, you know how much you got to trail the car to the final portions of the drag strip. It's all part of that equation. I don't think you can do any of that here. You're right. It's so close.
Well, again, you're dialing in and you're bracket racing, and maybe you're a 10th off or so, or you can, look at the guy next to you and back off a 10th. You have to back off a couple thousandths here. I think that's more than anything you can even really react to or want to try to dial in. Second time out, we've seen Johnny Sauter making another mock qualifying run here on what is just about the end of this session. But there's still work being done down in the pits with Bob Dillner.
Well, fastest time of the day belongs to Luke Fenhouse so far, at least. How good did that car feel?
Yeah, we've, I don't know, we've kind of been on a struggle all day long, it feels like. Just trying to build longevity into the race car and make it go 100 laps, and then for the break, make it go 200. So it's been a good day, up and down. We've tried a lot of different stuff today, and I feel like we can qualify well no matter what. So yeah, it's just to keep building on that and have a good car for Tuesday night.
Luke, your team has told me you've tried so many different setups with this race car, and it's kind of like a razor blade, right? You're on one side or the next. How do you get it right where you need it?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we've had such good race cars back here a couple of years ago, and it's hard to get back there. It's hard to keep getting better and finding better improvement adjustments. And I mean, yeah, my guys worked really, really hard today, and on a small group. So it's good to have a fast race car. Now we just need to make it go 200 laps fast.
Guys, it's all about the driver feel, and right now Luke Fenhouse still looking for that feel.
Bunch of great guys helping out Luke, and part of that search is without Tom Ress has been a longtime crew chief, but has other family and other interests that he's not at the track much. He may be on the phone call with these guys, but he's not as actively involved. And Luke finding that speed with a bunch of great guys that without Tom Ress, who kind of brought him through from Midwest Truck Series up into Super Late Model Racing a couple years ago. Well, Blake, it looks like we have a stoppage in the action. It might be more than we thought, stopping-wise. We may be done with our MAC qualifying runs.
Yeah,
it was fun kind of practicing qualifying with you.
I was about to say.
We were practicing our qualifying with you. Yeah, you heard that right?
Absolutely. I think Matt Dillner, again, he stepped out from his post that he had down there in the inside of 3 and 4. So
he has content different. He's building stuff now. You're going to be wanting to check flow about every 5 minutes. We got stuff loading all day tomorrow about all the cool stuff going on.
Broadcast tomorrow, social media, follow on Instagram, X, Facebook, everywhere. You'll be seeing a lot rolling out in anticipation for the 46th annual Slinger Nationals tomorrow.
He might even swap spots with Rob Blount at some point. They're both here.
Who knows?
You might see Rob doing something.
Heck, he's sitting on the track right now.
Really?
I wonder what he's grabbing now.
He's doing a reflective piece. We don't know. It's going to be fun.
Doing the tough work, Matthew Dillner.
We're hanging out with you today. It's practice day for tomorrow's big 46th annual Slinger Nationals at Slinger, USA. We'll be right back.
Luke Fenhouse on top of the board after mock qualifying session for tomorrow night's Slinger Nationals here in Wisconsin. But the guy I'm standing with right now, third quick overall, and you finally got speed here at Slinger for once. What about it?
Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with the setup, so naturally it's faster. So, yeah, I used to come here and just struggle. I try to apply so much stuff from lacrosse, Kaukauna Dells, and make it work here, and this is just a totally different animal. So when Richie said we were going to come here, I was like, hell yeah. And he goes, what do you think? I said, you do whatever you want. So can't thank Richie and everybody enough, Ricky Lemon and Ruffers and Phoenix, Finch, everybody, just PME Engines, just, you know, it's fun to get to race with Richie. I had some pretty good speed over the last year or so, the races that we do run. So to come here and have some speed, I'm to be honest with you, I'm more pumped about it in race trim than I was there in qualifying. So we never put tires on all day today, so I felt like our speeds were staying consistent. But 200 laps is grueling here, so just make sure we keep it in one piece and just keep tickling it a little bit here and there. But it feels really good to me, so I'm pretty happy.
We know Johnny Sauter is always fast at some point during practice day, race day, you name it. But how about the kid, your boy there, Penn Sauter, 12th quick in this practice session? What are you going to tell him?
Well, I don't think anybody can tell him anything right now to make him feel any better. So, you know, he loves this racetrack, and had success here in the Bandolero and ran really well here in the Limited last year, the couple times that we came here. So I think he was thinking he was going to come in here with the guns a-blazing, and it's hard, you know. I mean, you know, we've gone back and forth, ABA on a bunch of setup stuff, and, you know, you just got to get laps. I mean, that's the name of the game. He's 15, so just like I told him, keep the nose on it, and you'll be surprised with the finish you get. But can't thank everybody at T-Sport and everybody that helps out on this thing too. Just, yeah, just he's going to school. I don't know what else to tell you. There's just a lot to take in.
I want to know, because we're not getting any younger, okay? We've been around for a long time. And you've been one of the busiest guys in this pit area between driving this thing, and then you've been grinding on that car. Are you worn out? And what have you been changing on that car?
I'm a little tired, but here in a few minutes we'll have a Busch Light and we'll feel a lot better. So, no, just I feel pretty good. I mean, I still run and stuff, you know, up and down the road with him, and he shows me how fast he is, but all that. But, no, I feel good. I mean, I feel good. So, yeah, you know, if you work hard, you don't really have to work out that much, it seems like. And I feel like I work harder now than I ever did. So we just, yeah, I don't know. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think Richie's got a hot rod here.
We'll call Johnny Sauter the stealth fighter because he's slim and mean and ready for the Slinger Nationals.
Chasing 3 girls around that are younger than Penn that wanted to race something, I'm sure, at some point. Great family of racers. And I'm glad to see Johnny smiling. Johnny's pretty serious when it comes to this because he is a driver that races with his wallet and doesn't want to spend anything out of it. So it's a matter of if he's happy and he's willing to do it, and he is putting a lot of work into what Penn's got going on. It's really cool to see this kind of maturing before our very eyes.
It's made racing fun for him to be able to watch Penn and see him grow. And again, trying to give as much advice, but you still got to let them learn on their own. But I think the great advice he offered Penn there is just keep your nose clean. You'll be surprised with what you end up with tomorrow. And
I've asked Johnny repeatedly, are you going to be spotting for him? No, I'm just going to wear a radio. I'm just wearing a radio. I'm just going to watch and listen. I'll just tell the guys what they need after the fact. But no, when Penn just said my dad's not spotting for me, it's going to be different, that's a great connection they have because Penn's been doing really good, keeping that nose clean. Yes, he's had some issues. Lost the left front ball joint at Madison. He got involved with another car in close racing. That happens. But these longer races, that's going to teach him a lot, more so than a 20-lap feature somewhere. He learned a bunch running Bandoleros 4 times a week across the state of Wisconsin, upper Midwest. That was all Johnny and Penn going up and on the road. So it's all coming as things progress. Johnny's doing less truck racing. Penn's doing more racing, and Johnny's doing less short track racing. So with him and Richie Waters be able to do this with Penn, with Johnny, racing against each other, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see father and son racing for the Nationals title. We have one more order of business to do here.
The qualifying draw.
Yes, it's going to be during a racers party going on here at the track in turn 4 in the grandstands, and somehow Bob Dillner got elected to be the party host. It's a qualifying draw right there in the Trouble in Turn 4 bar area under the big purple tents. Hey, I want to say hi to Lynn on that Icon e-bike. She's a great, she's running the place when it comes to the front of the house with the Dassaults. Lynn's a great asset here at the Speedway. We're getting set up there for the qualifying draw that's going to happen here in a little while. So we're not done yet here at Slinger Super Speedway. Lots to come. The qualifying draw to determine the starting order, and Bob Dillner is going to have a bunch of interviews and a bunch of fun with racers we heard from and haven't heard from in a while on practice day. Things are happening, continuing to happen here at Slinger Super Speedway. The qualifying draw coming up soon.
A big welcome back on Flow Racing. We are live tonight for the El Bandito Yankee Tequila qualifying draw for the Slinger Nationals. And I got a lot of rowdy people in the house here tonight having themselves a good old time, drinking some beer and getting ready to talk to some drivers for the Slinger Nationals. Hello, everybody. I am Bob Dillner. Alongside of me is Dean Strom. He's been up here at Slinger forever. I'm pumped, okay? But you've been doing this for a long time, and you're still smiling like a kid on Christmas morning.
It is Christmas morning, right? I mean, it's Christmas in July. It's the Slinger Nationals. We're here for 3 days. I saw you here last night sitting in the stands watching the races, you know, taking in some Wisconsin local flavor, and now we're working. It's 3 straight days, the Slinger Nationals. This is our favorite time of the year up here.
And it's a good time to come and have yourself a beverage, and also take a look at this food right here. I think it's $15 a plate. That's some good old barbecue.
Well, they weren't supposed to deliver this until I was done, but yes, you get some mac and cheese, you get some baked beans, and I got the pulled pork. Let's Get Roasted Catering. They cater our racing banquets. How cool is that to have barbecue at a racing banquet? And we got it here tonight for purchase.
So you got the beer that's Wisconsin feel, right? And you got the barbecue that's a little North Carolina flavor, if you will. So that's what we're going to see.
We have mac and cheese.
What's North Carolina can't have mac and cheese?
But you can't do it as good as we do.
That's right. We're in Green Bay Packer cheesehead territory up here in Wisconsin, and we're proud to be with you for Flow Racing. You're going to be able to see everything, qualifying right through the 2 features tomorrow night. It's going to be a blast to have the Slinger Nationals on Flow Racing for the very first time. So what are we doing here? It looks like you brought some food, and we got a heck of a lot of beer. Is this for us to drink, Dean?
Well, I was just going to eat my food and let you handle things. No. So we have Miller Lite cans. Miller Lite is one of the presenting sponsors of the 46th Annual Slinger Nationals. So on the bottom of the can, there's a number, and that number, which the drivers are going to pick a can, that number will tell us where in the order they go out tomorrow afternoon for qualifying. You know, drivers don't want to go out early. They want to go out late. They get to pick their own fate, and they get to do it on the number on the bottom of a can.
Oh, they're going to be happy or sad, and it'll be interesting to see somebody pick up a beer can and be sad maybe with a number, because that usually doesn't happen, especially here in the state of Wisconsin. But you know what? Without further ado, I'm going to hand the mic to you, because you know what you're doing here. I'm going to get out and have some fun with the fans here and let you take over the qualifying draw here at Slinger.
Thank you, Bob. Good to see you again, by the way. Again, we are doing a qualifying draw live at the Slinger Nationals, Slinger Super Speedway, and our Trouble in Turn 4 bar. This is a new addition here in 2025. If you're on the grounds, Trouble in Turn 4 bar, every beverage that you buy, you're going to get a ticket, and you have a chance to win $100. Let's bring up the guy who has a chance to win $20,000. Come on up, Luke Fenhouse. Luke Fenhouse. You, my friend, were the fastest man in the land today, and you get to pull a chip. That number 4 was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, we worked on it a lot today. Probably one of the most days we have in our entire career. So, yeah, we've tried a lot of things today and went back and forth on front shocks and rear stuff and thought we found a decent balance. Hopefully tomorrow we can prepare a little bit more for the longevity run and prepare for Tuesday night.
11.106, fastest in practice. So here's how this works. We have chips, and we have a driver list of numbers, everybody who's here. If you draw, for example, the 26, we'll start on this list with Bubba Pollard and go down the list, come back up, so you'll have to wait a little bit. So you get to decide. By being the fastest, you get to decide where we're going to start on this list. Are you ready for that pressure?
I'm ready.
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
What do we get? 89. Okay, you can exit stage left, but don't go far. All right, 89, we're going to start with Brad Miller. Then we're going to go to Steve Dorr. So Brad Miller first, then Steve Dorr. The qualifying draw. Again, oh, there we have the Yankee, El Bandito Yankee Tequila. It's on ice in case anybody wants to try. Bradley, come on over here. Oh, I get a stool and everything. You get a stool and everything, bud. All right. We're going to... Hi, Jage. We thought we would start with the reigning champ. Congratulations. We could start with you, reigning champ.
We won last night, though.
Well, you won last night in the Midwest Truck Series, but you also won this event, the 45th running. I know it wasn't how you wanted to win, but you still got to take home the big check and the big trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you, buddy. Couldn't do it with all my fearless crew and support from my family and sponsors and everybody else. We work pretty hard on this stuff. You know, we're part-time racers, and, you know, we only asphalt race probably, 8-10 times a year. So it's it's a struggle sometimes, but, when you're struggling, you all stick together and you make it happen.
All right. Where do you want to go out in qualifying? We have 32 numbers in here on the bottom of a can. Where do you want to go?
God, I don't know. Towards the back.
Where's your crew chief? Doesn't he usually pull this thing?
Easton's been a little iffy today. I don't know if I want Easton to pull this. Nope, not today. It's gonna be me.
All right, pull a can. Show me the number and then show the world. Not that one, you big goof. Pull a can. Pull your fate. This will tell us when Brad Miller goes out in qualifying. It is.
23.
Show the camera. 23. That's not so bad. Good luck. You can take the Miller Lite too, and we'll see you later, bud.
Do I get Al's can koozie too?
You get Al's Revival Roofing can koozie.
Where's cousin Al? Is he here?
He is here. And hey, get out of here. Let Steve Dorer in. He bought you dinner too. Al bought you dinner.
Oh, I thought you said Steve Dorr bought me.
No, Steve Dorer didn't buy you dinner. Steve, come on up. Ty Majeski, you're on deck. Steve Dorer, Ty Majeski, you are on deck. Making the trip from Florida once again. Hello and welcome back to Wisconsin, Steve.
Glad to be back. Thanks for having us.
What keeps you coming back here all the way from Lakeland, Florida?
This is the funnest place. The fans, the track owners, two different ones now, just the racers, all the people I've met here, just truly enjoy this place.
All right, let's see where you are going to go out in you are wasting no time, my friend. All right, what do we got there? The squiggly line is the bottom. Squiggly line's the bottom. So it looks like, show the camera, a 6. You all right with that?
No, not really. That's what. No, I'd rather not.
You want to redo it? No, I'm sorry, you can't. Ty Majeski, you are up next. Front and center, please. RJ Braun. Oh, you're a little taller than Ty. All right. You been eating your Wheaties or watering? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm a little bit taller. Ty's just not happy with his time, so he's in there thrashing on shocks right now.
All right. What happens if you draw like the 1 or the 2?
He told me he didn't care. He didn't care.
He lied to you.
I know.
All right. RJ Braun, Ty Majeski. All right. We're going to squiggly lines on the bottom. Show the camera. It is a 16. Is he going to be okay with that?
He'll be fine.
He's going to have to be okay with it, right? All right. Oh, if the driver doesn't draw, that's right. Thank you, Lynn. The driver doesn't draw.
Everybody does a shot of tequila?
No, you have to do a shot of tequila. The good news is you don't have to fill it up.
I thought everybody had to do one.
No.
Are you going to do one?
No, not right now. It's still early. All right, there you go. Hey, we cooled it for you this year. Last year it was cheers. El Bandito Yankee Tequila. If the driver doesn't show, there we go. You want to put that back for me?
It's the best tequila ever. We're always looking for more sponsors.
All right. Ty Majeski in the books. RJ Braun, Conrad Morgan. RJ, you came out for that mock qualifying run, and for a while, man, you were on the top of the board. Congratulations. The 92 got some speed.
Yeah, thanks. I've changed everything on that car the past 2 weeks, pretty much everything. I got to thank my crew. They've done a ton of work, and yeah, I don't know how I did that.
All right, let's see where you're going to go in qualifying. You pick a Miller Lite can. We'll see what number is on the bottom. You can study them all you want, and you ain't going to see the bottom until you pull off that can koozie. What do we got? Squiggly lines on the bottom. Show the camera. 31. 31. You're going to have to sit around and wait tomorrow. You okay with that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, RJ Braun, 31. Conrad, come on up, buddy. Kendrick Cryer, you are on deck. Conrad, woo, woo. Look at that, look at that. You brought your own cheering section, eh?
I did. I don't know what.
Well, maybe because you're a badass. Would that be it? Maybe it's because you're a 6-time champion. Maybe it's because you're a former Slinger Nationals champion. And how old are you now?
Maybe it's because I'm nuts enough to be here at 77 years old.
77 years old. That is badass. All right. Let's see where you're going to go out tomorrow in qualifying. You pick a Miller Lite can. What's on your mind, sir?
Which one would be a good one?
Well, which one? I'm not going to put that pressure on myself. Are you kidding? That looks like a great one. I don't think you're going to go wrong with that one. Squiggly lines on the bottom. Show the camera. Lucky number 13. You okay with 13?
Oh, I'm good with 13.
All right. At 77, I think you should be good with just about anything. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah. Good number.
All right. Thanks for playing along, being a good sport. Now go get a good night rest, okay? You can go now. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Kendrick Cryer, come on up. Michael Bilderback, you're on deck. Kendrick, welcome to the Slinger Nationals, my friend.
First time at the Nationals, 4th time here. I'm excited.
Is this your first time with a super late model, right?
First time in a super late model at the Slinger Speedway.
And your impressions so far?
It's like you're racing on cocaine. You have to be on cocaine before you come race here. Just because of how hard you got to drive it. The entire 200 laps, you get a tire switch at halfway through, and you're just gonna be driving. You're gonna be driving it hard the whole entire 200 laps.
Let's see. Are you ready for that? You ready?
We'll see. We'll see. I had some pasta.
All right. Well, right now we're gonna see where you go out in qualifying. You pick a Miller Lite can. Look at the bottom for me, and tell me the number. A lot of pressure, I know, right? Right? Yeah.
There's a lot of cans in there.
Well, that's okay because you get to pick your own fate. Wouldn't you rather have your own fate in your own hands?
True. I want to be in the back to go out, but there's a lot of cans up there.
31 is gone. 32 is still available. All these guys want to be last. Number 1 is still available, too. Squiggly lines on the bottom. Hey, what number?
Number 7.
7 for Kendrick Cryer. Good luck tomorrow in your attempt to make your first Slinger Nationals.
Give her our best shot.
Kendrick Cryer looking to make his first Slinger Nationals tomorrow. Michael Bilderback, you're up, and then Luke Fenhouse, I need you back up here. You're on deck. Luke, come on up, Mikey. Oh, man. We don't get to see you much here. In fact, you don't get a chance to do a whole lot of racing up in these parts, but when you have raced in 2025, that 2 machine has been badass fast. What was it, fast time at the Dells? Fast time at the Joe Shear Classic. I thought you were going to win the Joe Shear Classic. I looked at the scoring monitor earlier. You were up near the top. This thing's pretty good, eh?
Yeah, I think it is. We kind of just, our mindset all day was just race speed, kind of old tires. We didn't put new tires on until the end of the day, and only got faster as the tires got older. So normally that's a good thing, but it makes me overthink a lot too. So we ran pretty decent on the stickers, had a good enough lap, and I think we can tinker on it a little bit tomorrow, as long as the crew guys don't let me tinker too much, and then we should be all right.
All right, here's the deal. Because I like you, I'm going to buy you a Miller Lite. All right? Well, we can have a 2 on it if you want. I don't think you want to, but hey, you do you, okay? You do Mikey.
Qualified first, and then I think Madison, we qualified like 3rd out of the box, so.
Well, now you're going to go. That's your buddy's number.
Driver X10, so maybe that's a good sign.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Michael Bilderback draws a 10. Oh, Dillner took my pen. That's what it is. Luke, come on back up, bud. All righty. Okay. We know the 4 car's quick. We know you can win this race. Let's see where you're going to go out and qualify tomorrow. Oh, you're wasting no time whatsoever. You're confident. What do you got? Oh, that's a good number. Squiggly line on the bottom.
Yeah, not impressed.
Show the camera. It's a 4. The 4 car will go out 4th. You will do just fine, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Luke Fenhouse, former winner of this event, Casey Johnson, and Johnny Sauter. Casey first, and then Johnny's on deck. Guy who was fast. This is like I'm going to call you the people's champ. The people's champ because this is the working man right here. But you took off 3 days from work. I'm impressed that you took off 3 straight days of work.
Yeah, I want to get a little practice in and then 1 day for rest, I guess. So.
All right, well, let's see where that 5 car is going to go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If you don't do this right, young lady, you might be walking home. Squiggly not on the bottom. That'll work. Show the camera. What do we got?
21.
21. Good luck tomorrow, bud.
Thank you.
Casey Johnson. Johnny Sauter, you're up. Penn is on deck. We want to thank Al Stipik, Revival Roofing. Al and Amanda, thank you for buying the dinners. Here comes Johnny. The orange 5, you can have a seat if you want. I know, it's been a long, strenuous day for you. I didn't even get a chance to talk to you. You were working hard today, weren't you?
There's always something to do. So when you're at the racetrack, there's just always something to do. Driving, working on Penn's car, trying to get him where he's happy and comfortable. So, but yeah, Richie Waters brought me a great car this week, so I'm pretty pumped.
Did anybody tell you that historically you haven't been good here?
I think that's on my radar.
All right, you got a fast hot rod though, and I like to see that.
Yeah, no, I think I think it's really good. I can't thank Richie enough, and Finch and Ricky Lemon, everybody that helps us with this. So, yeah, but this has been a challenge for me. But today I got in that car and I'm like, man, this thing's really close. So we just keep ticking a little bit of race trim. I thought it was awesome. So I'm pumped for tomorrow.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out in qualifying. I'm going to buy you a Miller Lite too because I like you. I'm going to buy you a Miller Lite, yeah. Squiggly line on the bottom. Show the camera. What do we got?
27.
27 for Johnny Sauter. Good luck tomorrow, bud.
Thank you very much.
Hey, we'll bring up Penn Sauter. Penn, welcome to the Slinger Super Speedway Slinger Nationals. Looking to put that thing in the show for your first Nationals. What are you thinking?
We need a different setup for tomorrow, that's for sure. I was not happy with the speed we had today. I like our long run pace, but the qualifying speed was just not there.
Okay, I don't like the attitude. We're gonna have to come more. I want you to show up tomorrow. I'm gonna see you tomorrow morning, and I want a more positive attitude. Okay?
All right, I'll try.
All right, let's see where you're gonna go out. You have to give the Miller Lite to your dad. It is unfortunate, but when you're 15. Okay, what do we got for a number? Show the camera.
19.
19 for Penn. Good luck tomorrow, bud. Johnny D, you are up next. Mitch Haver on deck. How is Johnny D doing today?
We're doing all right. Worked on the car a lot in the long run setup since it's an impound race, and you know, it's got to get a good balance between qualifying and race trim, and I think we found it.
You have been, it's good to see you back here at Slinger Nationals and the Slinger Super Speedway. We've seen you a lot here this year. I like having John DeAngelis Jr. at the Slinger Speedway. I think every time you've been here this year, at one point in the race, you've had the fastest car on the track. Can we carry that over to tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we've always had really good long run cars here, and you know, we've kind of been prepping that this whole season for this race, so hopefully it carries over.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out. I'll buy you a Miller Lite too, just because I like you. Squiggly line on the bottom. Show the camera.
9.
9 for Johnny D. Mitch Haver, you're up next. And Derek Thorne's on deck. Hello, Mitch. Another driver looking to make his first Slinger Nationals. What are you thinking?
I think we got some work to do on the car, but we're going to get there. I'm confident in the crew, and we're going to qualify our way on.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out. The number 32 is still available, by the way. Squiggly line on the bottom. What do we got?
32.
You're going out last, my friend. All right, Mitch. Derek Thorne's up next. Hey, Derek. How are you? Derek Kraus, you're on deck. You're going to have some tequila? You know what? I'll have one with you. Here's some cups. Here, pour me a little bit of that. How is this Yel Bandito Yankee tequila?
Can't beat it.
And it's chilled. I like it.
Stuck to it.
All right. Oh, Jesus, could you maybe poured me a bigger shot? What the hell? Oh, what'd you get? Show the camera.
1.
That means you go out first. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Derek Kraus, Alex Prunty, you're on deck. Hey, bud, Slinger Nationals qualifying. I don't know if you've heard this, has not been your forte.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out. We'll hopefully have a good lap tomorrow and draw a later number.
All right, let's see what you got. 20. Show the camera. 20 for Derek Kraus. Alex Prunty and then Austin Nason. Alex up. At times this year, you have been badass fast with that 11 machine. What's it looking like so far today?
Hopefully the same as looked the last couple of weeks. Just appreciate all the help from my crew getting us here. We tried some things, and we'll see where we end up tomorrow.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out in qualifying. 1 has been taken. That's the good news. Squiggly line on the bottom. Show the camera.
51.
15. Alex, 15. Good luck. Austin Nason. Oh, Fred. Fred, come on up. You got to do a shot, but first you got to, we're going to get you a new glass. Pick a can for Austin if you would.
You like?
I'm not going to, you're not going to get me to fall for that bait. Eight. All right.
So my rhythm still keeps going.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. We got to keep moving along here. Gabe, you're up next. Then Billy Braun. Hey, don't forget to take your shot at tequila, though. Go around the other side and take your shot at tequila. Gabe had a victory here last year. Kind of got yourself off the Slinger National schneid. Got something for him tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. On the long run, just times are going to be super close in qualifying, so I just got to make it in the show, and I think we're going to have a really good long run car. Just got to be there at the end of 200 laps. It's a long time here. It gets rough at the end, so we just got to have something at the end.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out. Squiggly line on the bottom. Show the camera. 5. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Gabe Summers, Billy Braun, then Grant Griesbach and Max Kaler. Billy, looking to make your first Slinger Nationals. Why don't you pull a can? Let me know where you're going to go out. Then you can give your beer to your dad. All right. Oh, what do we got?
12.
12. All right. Good luck with that. You'll go out 12th tomorrow. Grant Griesbach, you're up next. Then Max Kaler. This has been the summer of Grant. Let's see if it can continue. I'm going to buy you a Miller Lite.
Oh, thanks, Dean. How kind of you. I got one out of you at the Stars race, too.
I bought you a whole bucket.
I know. Well, I only got one of them. I was sharing.
That's not my fault. Let's see where you're going to go out. Ooh, 29. Show the camera. Turn around. Show the camera. 29 for Griesbach. Max Kaler, you are up next. Then Nick Neri and Levon. Hey, if you bought a drink and you got a ticket, grab that ticket out. 225-6451. 6451. You can be excused. You won $100. Come on up, Max. All right, we're rolling along here. You get to pick a can to see where you go out in qualifying. I hope you've been studying. You graduated from college, right? All right. Ooh, what do we got?
25.
All right, 25 for Max Kaler, Nick Neri, and then Levon. Your impressions of the Slinger Super Speedway on your first trip?
It's definitely not like anything I've been to before. You know, most of our racetracks in Florida are pretty flat. A lot more banking than I'm used to, but the track's really fun.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out in qualifying. You get the Miller Lite afterwards. What do we got? Ooh,
30.
30 for Nick Neri. 30. Levon, you are up next. Levon, what are we hoping for here in the number category?
I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention, so I don't know what's left, but
one's gone.
Definitely high numbers. I think tomorrow's going to be a high number type of day.
All right, let's see what you get. Where are you going to go out for qualifying? Levon Vandergeest. Ooh, what do we got?
17. That's right in the middle. Perfect.
All right, right in the middle. Perfect. Levon Vandergeest goes out 17th. Willie Nelson and then Stormy. Willie Nelson, come on up, bud. Good to see you back. Trying to put it in the show to make your second Slinger Nationals tomorrow. Let's see where you're going to go qualify. One's gone. That's the good news. Ooh. What else is gone?
3.
3 is gone. Willie Nelson draws a 3. My brother, come on up. My brother, Jeff. All right, Stormy. Good to see you back at the Slinger Super Duper Speedway. To what do we owe the pleasure?
I just like racing Slinger, I guess. I don't know. No, we've just been having a lot of problems this year with that car, and we just got it back together and thought we'd bring it out. And bad news, we're going to a backup car, so.
Ooh. All right, well, let's see where that backup car is going to go out in qualifying. Pick one. Not that one. Oh. Ooh, what do we got?
We got a 28.
2-8. 2-8. Bubba Pollard, come on up. Former winner of the Slinger Nationals, Bubba Pollard. Welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be back.
Did you get some cheese curd?
Not yet. We just got here last night, so we're going to make it happen today.
All right, I'll buy you a Miller Lite. All you got to, you pick the Miller Lite. You see what you want. We'll trade that Coors Light in for Miller Lite. That is an 18. You okay with that?
Hey, it worked.
All right, 18 for Bubba Pollard. Jesse Bernhagen, you are up next. Then Andrew Morrissey. Jesse Bernhagen, last year was your first Slinger Nationals. You told me your goal was to qualify in on time. You did that. What's your goal now for this weekend?
Enjoy summer break.
Have some El Bandito Yankee tequila. All right. The middle school principal is going to have some El Bandito Yankee tequila. There we go. I'll tell you what, I'll buy you a Miller Lite, too. Put the cap back on that bad boy, and I'll buy you a Miller Lite. You pick. Well, you're going to, okay, shoot it.
Yeah, we got to do this first, right?
Okay, I'll help you out here. Cheers. All right, now we'll get back to that Miller Lite.
It's as good as it was last year.
It's better because it's chilled. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
24.
24 for Jesse Bernhagen. Andrew Morrissey is up, and then Dennis Prunty. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. Andrew, good to see you back at the Slinger Super Speedway, that 39. Boy, every time I've seen it, it's been a rocket ship. Good piece you built.
Yeah, it's fast again today. Looking forward to it tomorrow.
Let's see where you're going to go out in qualifying. The numbers are few. We have 5 cans left. Number 2 is left. Oh, what do we got?
22.
22 for Morrissey. Good luck tomorrow, Andrew. We'll catch up with you later. Dennis Prunty. How is the manscaping going?
Yeah, I showed you that. We got something going on there. It's looking pretty good. I'm a little bummed because Morrissey just took the one I was going to take.
All right. Well, you get to pick another one then. I'll buy you Miller Lite.
All right. I got a question. If you wanted to sponsor a lap, what would you do?
You would go see Dan Casey, Craig Zeller, and the gang, sponsor a lap, open up the wallet. Ooh, what do we got?
661.
14 for Dennis. He's got to be a wise guy. Justin Mondyke, come on up. You won a feature this year at the Slinger Super Speedway. Got off the Slinger Schneid. That had to feel good.
Yeah, it felt really good. It's I feel like our long run pace is really good. Just struggling a little bit on the short run today. So hopefully we can get a little bit better tomorrow for 200 laps.
Well, unfortunately, qualifying is a short run. It's 3 laps. Let's see where you're going to go out. I have a feeling that this number isn't. Oh, what do we got?
26.
26. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Thank you, Justin. Steve Apel and then Ryan Farrell. There's 2 left. Steve, 51 car, looked pretty sporty today.
Yeah, it's getting there. Just really working on a race trim. Obviously, for an impound race, it's a little bit different than what we're used to, especially for being a local here. So, all in all, good day. Just pull the rear end out quick, do some maintenance on it, and shove it back in tonight, and be ready for tomorrow.
All right, let's see where you're going to go out. There's 2 left. We got a 50-50 shot of getting a good number or a not so good number. Is that the one? They agree? The brothers agree? What is it? Squiggly line on the bottom. 11. You all right with that?
Yeah,
You're going to have to be.
Yeah, there's not much choice. But it is what it is. We'll go out 11th and watch from the infield.
Steve Apel will go 11th. Last guy up, Ryan Farrell. Ryan, come on up. I'll buy you a Miller Lite. Pick that can. There's no choice. The choices have been made for you. What is it? I think I know what it is, and everybody knows. What is it?
It could have been worse, but it could have been a lot better.
A 2 for Ryan Farrell. You've been fast here in qualifying before. Oh, you know what? Have that Miller Lite. Go for it. I'll buy.
Hey, we're closing the show out now, right?
We are closing the show out. The qualifying draw, El Bandito Yankee Tequila Green Flag Party, right back here next tomorrow night on Flow. We go qualifying at 4:45. 4:45 we go qualifying. We've got the pro late models in the feature event. We've got the last chance race for the supers, and we've got the 200 lapper, the 46th annual Cobblestone Hotel Slinger Nationals presented by Lynch Buick GMC and Miller Lite on Flow. Come in person. If you can't watch it on TV, be here. You don't want to miss it. It's the Slinger Nationals. We'll catch you later.